am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Since you are obsessed with telling lies about Biafrans, here are 5 more questions to consider. Now, this is the question to ask BBC. We are witnesses to BBC racist coverage of terrorism, implying that black Africans' lives don't matter. Yet the same BBC rallies the whole world at the slightest terrorist incident in the United Kingdom. Here is the second question. But when it comes to Nigeria, BBC not only hides terrorist killings, but they slander the victims and survivors of terrorism and genocide. The third one. When will the grand patrons of lies and hypocrisy, the BBC Fake News Network, make a documentary about the daily slaughtering of Nigerians by Fulani terrorists and the government of Nigeria, whom you protect so that London may plunder Biafran's resources? The fourth question. Is the oil and gas of Biafra the reason that BBC is obsessed and terrified by the agitation for freedom by the victims of 400 years of British colonial thievery and crimes against humanity? And the fifth one, we call on the good people of the world to ask BBC and UK government why it aids and abates the genocide in Nigeria by spreading lies, propaganda, and disinformation against Biafran freedom fighters. BBC, we know that you are United Kingdom government agents of imperialism with no modicum of shame. Take down your wicked fake documentary against the victims of genocide and stop your sadistic meddling in the lives of black Africans. Now pay close attention. This is the time to call BBC. You can call them 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Biafran time. Date 4th of July to 30th of September 2022. Now grab your pen and paper and pay close attention. You can call BBC switchboard on this number +44 2087 438 000. I repeat, +44 208 743 8000, or you can tweet at BBC News. You can also call BBC Customer Service +44 3700 100 222. I repeat, +44 3700 100 222. Or you can also tweet at BBC Press. I have not finished. You can also call BBC Studios Limited +44 208 433 2000. I repeat, +44 208 433 2000. You can also email BBC News Channels at bbc.co.uk. BBC, we shall vanquish. BBC, do you know why? Because we are Biafrans.
We have to come to the conclusion that there are no extenuating circumstances. You have been found guilty on all charges. Is there something you could tell the court before pronouncement of your sentence?
All we want is freedom. That's all we want. Freedom Freedom for children to learn. Freedom for men to work. For mothers to love. For a nation to grow. That's all we want. Equality. For everyone. You see, I am just one of many. A foot soldier. There will be many, many more to follow. So, there is no court of law, no police force, no army that will stop the tide of revolution from turning. There is no punishment that you can lay out in this court. No law your government can pass that will kill the will of the people. Because we will fight. We will continue to fight until all our people are free. And maybe we can even free you from yourselves. So you can hate us, degrade us, torture us, and kill us. But we will fight. And we will be free. One day, we will be free. Amanda! Amanda!
Solomon Kalushi Mashlango. You are hereby sentenced to death. You will be taken to Pretoria Central Prison on a date to be set, and you will be hanged by your neck until you die.
Ably led by
Saint Mazi Nnamdi Kanu,
humbly called on traditional rulers, aka Ndeze, town union, churches, villages, kindreds, Ndiamala, and all paternal and maternal homes to beg hear our voice and hear our cry in this request to please do the needful now before it is too late. We ask all the people involved to beg, try and bury all the corpses we scatter all over Biafra land. For this one, they should say it they bring us spiritual and physical problem, and now we they suffer we no know. When you know the root cause of the sickness, the treatment now don't dey easy. I beg my people.
now we don't sabi the cause of the sickness. IPOB don't come with the solution.
The research we do show say some dead body don't dey up to 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and the death count. Now human being we go bury or na firewood. Everybody where this one concern, we IPOB the beg una, I beg. Make una do something new, because anybody when person start the journey, when he never reach the destination, in heart no go come down. As we never bury our people, our heart never come down. All the obnoxious high burial demands, competitions, effigy from churches, Ndiamala, Omona, in-laws, maternal and paternal homes, when they cause this delay and wahala for our people, I beg, make una try do something. Now all these things they cause, then they build mortuary, like said in they build
Joint,
church, filling station everywhere for Biafra land. I beg, mortuary, na factory, na children's amusement park. No. A stitch in time saves 9. With the call therefore, say make everybody try for 3 days when your person kaput, make una bury am. After, una go do the ceremony, una go do the effigy, we follow am.
churches, traditional rulers, and other people that matters, I beg, make una chook mouth and chook eye and help us for this matter.
Because the person when they pursue cow, they call a name. If you no hold the medicine, he go hold the thing when they dose the cow. Now we they call una. And the one una talk, e go stand. Abeg my people, make we comot this danger, comot our people from bondage. If una no do something, we the indigenous people of Biafra under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu no go waste time to do the needful so as to remove the yoke and our people from bondage. And soonest we go begin the closure of many mortuaries for Biafra land. The only dead body when we want make it dey for mortuary, na the only one
we get case wey dem dey treat.
And after they don finish the whole thing, settle everything, make them bury am. Mortuary no be factory, mortuary no be industry, mortuary no be amusement park again, no be recreational center, no be children's park. Remember, person wey sell land bury im dead body don bury 2 corpses o. Shey you never know, na we be the owners of the land and we don tell una the time to cleanse our land na now. Make una do the needful, our land go dey calm and our ancestors go happy wherever dem dey.
Na the indigenous people of Biafra under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dey bring una this message. Please, our heart dey bleed to save our people. Ọ na-abụ ọkọkọwa anụ ọhịa ya gakwuru ka osisi, ọkọwakwanụ mmadụ ya gakwuru mmadụ ibe ya, n'ihi na onye a na-achụ ehi na-akpọpụ ma o ji ọgwụ ya, o ji nri ya. Ebe nwata na-ebe akwa na-atụ aka ma isi nne ya nọrọ ya, ke nne ya ga-anọrịrị ya. Ọkụkọ sị na ihe na-esi aṅụ mmiri lewe anya n'elu na ọ bụ ebe ọnwụ na-egbu ya na-esi abịa. Biko nụ, anyị ji ohere a, anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụafọ Biafra, indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB na aha mkpimkpi n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ, na-arịọ ndị eze, ndị ụka dị iche iche, ndị ọha obodo dị iche iche, ndị ụmụnne nna, ndị ụmụnne nne na ọsịkwa na ọsịrị ka ha biko nyere anyị aka dịka ugwu ka anyị buru ebele. Nchọnchọ anyị mere gosiri na ozu ndị a niile bụ nke ndị anyị nọ na mọchụarị anyị na-elibeghị, so na-akele anyị ụkwụ na-epile anyị aja na garị. Biko nụ ka anyị mara na ihe anyị ga-eme lipụ ozu ndị a, hapụkwana ihe ndị ọzọ sochiri ya. Anyị lipụchi ozu ndị a nwanne, anyị abịa n'obi emeghakwara ama ndị sochiri ya. Anyị na-arịọ unu, onye ọbụla nwụrụ nụ were mkpụrụ ụbọchị 3 lie ya, bịa hazie ihe niile. Ihe mezikwanara emezi, a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Biko nụ, ihe ndị a na-ebutere anyị nsogbu rue na a ga-eji mọchụarị na-akpa anyị ọgba ebe niile. Ozu a dọrọ n'ihu, dọrọ n'azụ, dọrọ n'ụlọ, dọrọ n'uko, dọrọ n'usekwu, dọrọ na palọ, dọrọ na senta tebụl. Anyị na-ele ya anya. Chineke, igbe ozu mana m ụmụnna, ma enweghị ike iji ya mere igbe akwa. Ebe mkpokoro eso dị mma ma ejighị ihe eme ọla aka. Unu ma ihe m na-ekwu, maka na nwata bee nne ya bee nna ya amara na ihe ọ ga-ebe agwụla. Anyị arịọ unu ka unu nwee ike mee ihe ugbu a mgbe chi na-efobeghị, tutu mmiri asọwa ọgba. Anyị ma ihe nji na-ekwu ihe a, ụfọdụ mọchụarị nọ n'ala Biafra anyị ga-emechi ha, n'ihi na mọchụarị abụghị ebe ụmụntakịrị na-aga egwuri egwu, ọ bụghị ebe ndị okenye na-aga ezuru ike, ọ bụghị ebe a na-atatụ ihe n'ọnụ ma ọ bụ kwọ ngaji n'eze, ọ bụghị ebe a na-aga nlele. Ihe eji agba na ntị ejighị ya agba n'anya. Anyị na-arịọ unu ka unu mee ihe kwesịrịnụ ka ala anyị dere ji, ka obodo anyị dere ji. Unu cheta na onye ọbụla rere ala lie mmadụ, o liele ozu labụ. Ihe abụọ apụle n'ahụ ka anyị nyere unu onwe anyị aka. Ihe meziri emezi a na-akpọ ya nwa mma. Anyị anaghị aba mba, ma arịrịọ ka anyị na-arịọ unu, ma ọ bụrụ unu na-asịkwanụ na na-agaghị elebara ihe ndị ahụ anya n'otu ọ dị na mbụ ka ọ ga-adịgide, nwanne anyị enweghị ihe ọzọ anyị ga-eme na-abụghị ime ihe kwesịrịnụ, n'ihi na anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụafọ Biafra agaghị anọ ihe eri ọba anyị. Ozi a unu na-anụ ugbu a si n'aka ndị IPOB, indigenous people of Biafra, na-abịara unu n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ya nsọ. Ọ bụ ha na-akụ mgbịrịmgba maka na osisi nwa ọnwụ otu ya afọ, ọ nụrụ ka ala ibe. Ndewo.
Mama, opportunity. Sister, opportunity. Oh, that's my favorite. Opportunity. Opportunity.
We, the global family of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under the command and control of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they use this medium, they sound this trumpet loud and clear for everybody to hear them, both the deaf and the dead. Say, all these people, both big and small, in Biafra land, where they use the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB or ESN, they waka krukere, they commit one community or the other, just to grab party and other nonsense for our body in the name of thief, kidnapping, collecting of tax and rate, and different levies, even snatching of cars. Or write letter to people saying that to support ESN, then be ESN. Our hand no day at all. Our hand no follow, and they no follow for what we they do. IPOB, ESN, and St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na brand name. We no they carry cool at all or do rough things. My people, we no know them, we no send them, and them no follow for what we they do. This ones na another brand of Verimas in another style, in another form, and another shape for this course. Every papa, mama, brother, sister, auntie, uncle, quick match. Advise your pikin or brother now. For the leg where they waka krukere, I where they see sharply, they see am. Person where they put hand for water where crocodile they make shakara, waiting they find my brother na palaba, and they go catch am. Two was not there for the 10. If the dragon where they fly, bitch come you. Now through get the dance, then go play for you, and you must dance that dance. And now before you don't dance finish, your name go become Obentuare. But the workers of iniquity and the hired laborers, including their sponsors in different shape and different countries and different towns and in different places, IPOB under St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go play Funa Surugede, and that music una must dance and it go play and it go show. Two words no dey for the 10. As we talk am, na so it go be. Enough of our tower everywhere, whether na politicians or whatever send una, we no one know. Our dragon net go hold una. Remember, the fly wey no dey follow instruction or advice, dey follow dead body enter grave. We the indigenous people of Biafra under St. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu no dey carry last at all, and we dey blow this trumpet because when it go begin happen, una go be thy kingdom come, while our name go be thy will be done. This message na from the Obungalicious, charismatic, indefatigable, great indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, the real owners of the land. They bring una this message. This na your opportunity to turn a new leaf.
Opportunity come Mama, opportunity. Sister, opportunity. Oh, that's my favorite. Opportunity. Opportunity come
Ndio changonoko nekwanufa, look them.
Anyị onwe anyị bụ ọha ndị IPOB ma ụwa dum gburugburu bụ the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ, ji oge a na-afọ opi ike a ka ndị dị ndụ, ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị ntị ike nụ ya na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ala Biafra gbaa gburugburu na-ekwu ya ugbu a na-ekwusi ike na anyị agaghị anabatakwa kpọmkwem ime onye n'ihu itepọtị ndị ekperimọlụ mmebi iwu na ọchịcha mere ha evuru oke ha na-ete anyị site n'iji ESN, IPOB na aha dị nsọ nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eji egwu ndị anyị chandum n'ụzọ dị iche iche, ịnụ ụtụ dị iche iche, ịtọrọ mmadụ, ịzụ ụgbọala, iji ntụmaka na-ere mmadụ aka point and kill n'ala Biafra. Mbanụnụ nke mere emekpuru ekete ọzọ emekwala. IPOB, ESN, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ aha nwere agba eji aga mba a na-enye oche pụrụ iche, abụghị ihe ndị na-amaghị nke ha riri. Ọkụkọ amaọcha ha na-adịghị mma ga-emebi na-etekwa une n'ihu ma na-erikwa ndị a na-eme ugu n'ụzọ dị iche iche. Ka m jụọ n'ụlọ, onye gbachara apriko gbaa igbo ụzọ zụtara eji eli nna ya, ọkwa onwe na-anaki ụgwọ mọchụarị ya ebe o werekwala aka ya gwuo ala ili ya. Chineke menụ n'ụlọ ebere. Ya mere papa, mama, broda, anti, ọnkụ, onye ọbụla ghe dụọ nwanyị ọdụ, n'ihi na ọkụkọ ntị ike ga-agbakwa egwu ike ọ gakwa n'ihe n'ofe ebe ukwu na-aga njem ọjọọ agadịghị alọta. Anyị onwe anyị bụ IPOB, anyị na-ajụ ugbu a jigbu na-eri n'ihi na ọ bụ ekpegbu nwa nwaala apụrụ ya gafe ama nna ya. IPOB anyị anaghị ekwukwa n'efu, ọ bụghị anyị na-emechi emechi, ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe, anyị gbakwana nkịtị. Nwanne ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị, n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi nkụ agwụnụ. Ebe anwụnta gada ịhụ anwụ mgbuo dọrọ aka na ntị, onye kpatara nkụ ahụhụ ngwere gada ịbịara ya ọrụ ma ịnụlụ dum. Nwanne ị ga na-ịnụ yọm. Anyị ga-amara ji n'ala n'ụlọ na nke n'ala n'ọtịrị, n'ihi na mpekelechi na-emebi ike, kama mpekelechi ga-emebikọ n'anya ike, a na-egbupụ ike. Ịnụnụ onye na-asọghị chidị m n'ike ka a marụ. Nwanne m ga na-etanye n'isi, agaghị m asụ ụbụrụ. Anyị ekwesịgokwa. Ọ bụ ndị IPOB otu ezi buru nnukwu ibu n'okpuru onye ndu bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ wetara unu ozi ya.
Ma ndị mara amara na ọ bụ mmasị na mma na okwu ukwe kwesịkwa n'ịgbananụ gbamgbam n'ime ụwa nke ala. Ọ bụ gịnị?
So we have a very, very, very special guest with us today, Dr. Uju Anya. And she is a professor at Carnegie Mellon University in applied linguistics.
Yeah.
And so welcome. So I had two more questions and I want to open it up. Has this experience changed the way, because like you said, you kind of go in, you use Twitter, you kind of almost like prepare, like you said, to teach when you go in there. Has this experience changed the way you're looking at engaging in social media, or do you intend to continue to engage in the way you have?
So even in this, my most intense moment on social media, fundamentally, more than I am anything else in this world, more than I am a mother, more than I am a researcher, more than I am a sister, a community member, I am a teacher. And if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to teach.
Right.
And even in that very intense moment of profound pain and my outburst, my emotional outburst of deep, deep pain, I was teaching. I followed up explaining that there was a genocide against the Biafra people.
Right.
Right. Who were trying, the Igbo people who were trying to form an independent nation of Biafra. They wanted to be separate from the country that the British Empire had imposed on us, which was this country of Nigeria, where they kind of took a bunch of independent nations who don't have anything to do with each other, don't even speak each other's language, don't relate. Many of them were even enemies and warring at the time, smushed them all together and drew these arbitrary lines around them and called them countries and named those countries.
Right.
And then said, now y'all get along and do a country for us and be a union for us. And then go through, contentious, bloody independence processes that never really yield any real independence. You're still part of a commonwealth afterwards.
True.
And you have the eternal meddling in your affairs and the eternal extraction of your resources and the eternal fomenting of divisiveness and infighting in order to be able to control you. This is what an oppressor does, a colonizer does. These are, tactics and strategies of dominance.
Right.
We were subjected to that as a larger unit of Nigeria. And then when the Igbo people said, we want our own thing, let's go and do that. Well, it so happened to be that the territory that this new country of Biafra was going to be in included very, very rich oil reserves. And the British were not going to let go of that.
Wow.
And the people that they had put in power, their puppet Nigerian governments weren't going to do that either because they needed it for the Nigerian project.
Right.
And Britain needed it for its own interests and uses. So Great Britain got directly involved in this civil war and in the war for independence, and decided that they would do everything to make sure that Biafra did not go.
Wow.
And this everything meant directly funding genocide of the people of Biafra. This is what happened. This is the historical record. I'm not saying anything that's in doubt or in question, right?
Yeah.
Even when it was happening during this period of 1967 to 1970, the BBC themselves were producing documentaries decrying it, covering all the protests that were happening in Great Britain.
This is recent.
Yeah, this is very recent. My sister, for example, is turning 60 this month. And my sister was alive at that time. She was like 5, 6.
Right.
My other brother was alive at the time, and my second brother was in my mother's belly. She was pregnant during this time, running from village to village to escape the bombs that they were throwing at villagers. So when we tell you that 3 million people, some people have said up to 5 million, 6 million, or some people quote low. So the sort of average agreed upon number that you really cannot contest is about 3 million. When you think of a Holocaust,
right,
this is a Holocaust.
Absolutely.
Now, the Holocaust that we typically were most familiar with is the most famous one against the Jewish people.
Yes.
Where they, 6 million of them were massacred.
Absolutely.
So at the most sort of conservative estimation, they did half of us.
Right.
Half that number. Civilians. These are non-combatants. And more than 1 million children alone starved.
Wow.
The British paid for that. And Queen Elizabeth II was ruler. She was monarch at that time. This was the government that she was supervising. Now, I don't buy this notion that she was just a statue, if you will.
I was going to ask you that question.
Or a decorative plant.
Right.
Or, some kind of, I don't know, tchotchke sitting on the shelf.
Right.
This was a ruler. This was someone, the very crown that she had on her head, signifying the fact that she's a monarch, was made from plunder.
Right.
Diamonds, blood diamonds.
Absolutely.
So the throne that she's sitting on is a throne of blood. So you cannot say that she was just this little old lady or this figurehead that really had nothing to do with anything, and it was just the British government that were making their deals and, governing however they would, without relating it directly to her, because she directly benefited her very position as a monarch, the palace that she lived in, the opulence, the obscene levels of wealth that she enjoyed.
Absolutely.
Were all paid for by our blood. And I don't say this figuratively. Right. And I don't say this as something that, this long remote past, let's say, of human enslavement, which on my mother's side, she's from Trinidad, my ancestors over there were enslaved by the British. I'm talking about recent living memory of people still alive today. Her money, her government funded our slaughter. And people expected me to be calm or to be, I don't know what they expected.
Right.
When the person who literally paid money for bombs and guns and military supplies to come and massacre your people is dying. Right. You're not supposed to dance. What's the reaction to that?
I remember when we found out that Osama bin Laden was killed, and Americans celebrated, right? Because they held him responsible for 9/11, which just passed, and that terror that occurred, and those 3,000 or so people that died.
Yeah.
And it's like, but when it's our terror, when it's our pain, when it's our loss as Black and brown people, and particularly when we express it in a way that challenges, white supremacy, the white supremacy dominant narrative, and this, kind of almost like Disneying idea that people had of a queen, then all of a sudden it's like we're always told to be civil, to be calm, to be peaceful as Black and brown people. And so, but when it's somebody that you feel harmed America, you can dance, you can celebrate, you can take out your
Absolutely.
flags,
Yeah.
and that's held up. You can have lynchings were celebratory things in the history of the United States of America, where they would have a parade and party and
take children.
Question before we close out, because I saw in the wake of Queen Elizabeth's passing and this conversation around colonialism, a call for reparations, right? I think Jamaicans were saying, like, instead of having more, like, we need reparations.
Absolutely.
You spoke, you taught us about this very recent history around Biafra. Is there a movement or calls for some type of reparation? Because, we've seen reparations happen with the Holocaust of Jewish people. Absolutely. Deservedly so. You mentioned, I'm part of the National African Americans Reparation Commission that was started by Dr. Ron Daniels.
Absolutely. First of all, the Queen never once apologized. She never once opened her mouth to say sorry. Everybody, the history records know what happened and what was done in her name and for her crown. Not just to the people of Biafra, but you talked about the Kenyans, the Indians, the indigenous people, right? Native Americans. So it's just never once have they taken responsibility and just said sorry. So what I am advocating for, and what a lot of Igbo people are advocating for, number one is to just recognize what you did and say sorry. And then we can move on to conversations about what does reparations look like. It could look like leaving the oil alone.
Right.
It could look like, actual payments and repayments, of the compensating the 3 million lives that were lost.
Right.
I don't know. We haven't even gotten that far yet because we can't even get them to admit the shit they did.
Wow. Man.
And how does that feel as a language professor to know? It's so, it could all be so simple.
Yeah.
And then just that refusal.
They continue to dehumanize us. That's what it feels like. We are not even human enough to them to sit down with them as equals and say, this is what you did to us. And they recognize it and say, yes, this is what we did. And we're sorry. Even though it's open record, the fact that they never open their mouth and sit down with us and say it shows that they continue to view us as less than and undeserving of the common acknowledgement of our humanity and our dignity to say, yes, we harmed you and we're sorry.
Powerful way to end,
and that's why we call it This Week in White Supremacy.
Absolutely,
yes. This is a perfect synopsis of the theme of this show.
And the article we're going to share as our white pages is a recent article. Dr. Anya just wrote "Critical Race Pedagogy for More Effective and Inclusive World Language Teaching." Asking folks to, you said you liberated this article from behind.
I did. It was behind a paywall, and I used money from my research funds to pay the publisher to not put a paywall on it, because I believe that the teachers that I work for and I write for, who benefit from my work and who I also benefit from the work they're doing because they provide me with material for scholarship and investigation. I believe that they should have free access to the results of the work I do for them and with them.
Well, we greatly appreciate you doing that and appreciate you taking the time. I know you're busy. I know you've been kind of bombarded with media requests that you would take the time to come and sit with us and be so passionate, so vulnerable, and so open about this journey. And we're thankful to have this relationship with you now and looking forward to continuing to support the incredible work that you're doing at Carnegie Mellon University.
Thank you.
And onwards and upwards.
I'm in the Modern Languages Department in the Second Language Acquisition Program.
Absolutely. All right. Any closing thoughts? And I know we got some announcements. Treble?
I just want to say I am extremely grateful for you sitting down and talking with us, because you taught me a lot just by listening to everything that you were saying, and you provided not only us, but our viewers with the context that is needed to understand why there's a mixed reaction to the death of the Queen. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here, for hosting me. And thank you for, being my entryway into Black Pittsburgh, where I want to dwell.
Oh, that means two things.
Let's get it.
Come on, let's go.
That means two things. BlackPittsburgh.com.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know it's a lot, so I really appreciate you trusting us, and thank you so much to your partner as well. Just love y'all.
I took the time to come here, and I do get a lot of requests, but because you are Black people working for us, and I want to be a part of this community and what you're doing. So thank you for having me here.
The United Nations has asked Nigerian government to immediately release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally and pay him adequate compensations for the arbitrary violation of his fundamental human rights. So it's also recommended that government officials responsible for the torture meted out on the IPOB leader be investigated and punished. How do you see the federal government responding to this?
It's difficult to predict how exactly they are going to respond. But of course, the government will try its best to defend itself, but it has to defend itself within the ambit of United Nations conventions. This whole problem emanated from the forceful arrests and relocation of Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria. There are internationally guaranteed rights that the UN working group that indicted the UN working group on the detention, arbitrary detention, has indicted Nigeria and Kenya of. Ideally, if you want to put someone on trial, a fugitive who ran away from your country, if you want to put him on trial and he's in another country, he has to go through an extradition trial. In this case, there was no extradition trial in place. Nnamdi Kanu didn't go through any form of extradition trial, yet he was forcefully brought to Nigeria, and Nigeria now is facing trial before a federal high court. As far as the working group of the UN Human Rights Council is concerned, this was a gross violation of Nnamdi Kanu's rights. As far as they are concerned, Nigeria and Kenya stand indicted for the manner they brought Nnamdi Kanu to the country. It violates international convention, violates international law to forcefully drag a man out of another country and bring him to his country to face trial in the manner in which Nnamdi Kanu was brought to Nigeria by force. So, for this reason, Nigeria stands indicted. My own position is both Kenya and Nigeria are signatories to this convention. So, they are morally obligated to comply, because if you are not signatories to the convention, then the content of the convention is not binding on you. But if you made up your mind that, look, this is good for me and my people, and you sign up to it, it is then incumbent on you to comply. The UN Human Rights Council itself is a product of the United Nations resolution. So it then means that as a country affiliated to the United Nations, we have to comply with these resolutions. And from the tone of this 16-page report, it is clear that they mean business, because the working group is asking Nigeria to get back to it within 6 months of receiving this indictment, showing it how it is complying, showing the UN agency how it is, the UN working group, how it is complying with the directive handed over. It's also asking that Nigerian officials who are involved in the illegal arrest of Kanu without him being subjected to an extradition trial should be punished. And they are interested in knowing every step of the way what we are doing to comply with his resolution. So, and it is saying that it will not stop at that, that it would take further actions against Nigeria. Now we don't know what actions could be taken against Nigeria. We don't know yet. There are all kinds of options open to them, but as I said earlier, if you are a signatory to a UN convention, a UN charter, then you are obligated, at least morally and sensibly, to comply with the content of that that UN convention or UN charter. This is where this has left us. As for when the working group on arbitrary detention, so under the UN Human Rights Council, sent a query to Nigerian authorities and the Kenyan authorities. The Kenyans refused to answer, but the Nigerian officials answered. But the UN working group on arbitrary detention was not convinced by the explanations offered by the Nigerian authorities, especially on the whether Kanu has committed treason and so deserved the treatment that he got. They were not convinced at all, and it's not difficult to understand why they were not convinced. As far as they are concerned, based on international law, based on international convention, once you want somebody extradited to face trial in your country, you got to let that person go through an extradition trial. The courts of the land would then determine whether to release him or not. How would Nigerians feel if the Americans just stormed Abuja and grabbed Abba Kyari, the highly decorated police officer who was accused of working hand in hand with some of the most notorious advanced fee fraudsters in the world? One of those advanced fee fraudsters is a man from Nigeria who was said to have met Abba Kyari in Dubai. The Americans have their indictment in place, but they have not stormed our country to say they are going to forcibly abduct Abba Kyari and take him to the US to face trial. I know the Americans have done that in the past, and when they did that, they were roundly condemned. I can't, as a person, condemn America for abducting Manuel Noriega, the former president of Panama, and some of the other world leaders that they had taken prisoner, and then say that my country did the right thing in the way it handled the Kanu matter. Whatever is right, whatever is wrong is wrong. If the UN convention is that a person should undergo extradition trial when a request is made for that person, then that should be the law. That should be the way people are taken out of another country to face trial in the country where they are deemed to have infringed on the laws of the land. So we didn't do that in the case of Kanu. We took him by force. We subjected him to inhumane conditions and brought him to Nigeria, where he's now facing trial. What we did was against international laws. No matter what anyone feels, it was against international law, and that is why this indictment has come. And Nigeria must not take steps that will cause it to be treated as a pariah nation, that will cause some of our partners that we cherish to begin to see us as a lawless nation, as a nation that does not respect the UN charters and the UN conventions.
Yeah.
What is this crime? I'm yet to figure out an answer. But if it's freedom and they say it's a crime, never mind fighting for it, yeah. I will never bath an eyelid. It's gonna lead to my end. Wherever it curls, hit to the core, no matter the cost, yeah. Free Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu, our freedom fighters worldwide, languishing in prisons and cells for no jails, cast. Free Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu, our prisoners of conscience. Freedom, oh, freedom for all is what we are asking for, yeah. It's been so long, been yet to figure out an answer. A prisoner of conscience, voice to the voiceless, freedom fighter, yeah. He's not her, he's not harassment, not urban disease. It's time to free him now, free him, yeah. Free Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu, our freedom fighters worldwide, languishing in prisons and cells for no jails, cast. Free Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu, our prisoners of conscience. Freedom, oh, freedom for all is what we are asking for, yeah. Oh, is what we're asking for, yeah. Freedom, oh, is what we're asking for, yeah. Free Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu, our prisoners of conscience, yeah. Free Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu, our conscience and cells for the jails cause. Free Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu, of conscience, freedom, oh. Witnessing me, sugar taste for the beats.
We have to come to the conclusion that there are no extenuating circumstances. You have been found guilty on all charges. Is there something you could tell the court before pronouncement of your sentence?
All we want is freedom. That's all we want. Freedom. Freedom for children to learn. Freedom for men to work. For mothers to love. For a nation to grow. That's all we want. Equality. For everyone. You see, I am just one of many. A foot soldier. There will be many, many more to follow. So, there is no court of law, no police force, no army that will stop the tide of revolution from turning. There is no punishment that you can lay out in this court. No law your government can pass It will kill the will of the people. Because we will fight. We will continue to fight until all our people are free. And maybe we can even free you from yourselves. So you can hate us, degrade us, torture us, and kill us. But we will fight. And we will be free. One day, we will be free. Amanda! Amanda! Where to?
Solomon Kalushi Mashango. You are hereby sentenced to death. You will be taken to Pretoria Central Prison on a date to be set, and you will be hanged by your neck until you die.
All over the world is ready too. Doctor, let's do this.
Greetings. From part 4, because the last part we were talking about the killing fields. We mentioned Katsina, we mentioned Kaduna. Today we're going to briefly mention Kanji Dam and Kanu. The reason I'm talking about the killings in the north, because it was the actual killings that triggered the declaration of Biafra, because there was no trust for anywhere in Nigeria where the people of Eastern origin could safely call their own without being killed. And if we fail to understand that history, then it's difficult to understand why Biafra was declared. The people will have a different narrative and blame us for being killed. So let me go straight into it. So the reason why I'm going on about it is because it was documented. It's not hearsay. It's not what my relative told me. This was a government-led instruction to be written down in front of a high court judge, Justice Onyeuk's tribunal. They recorded the survivors' tale of what happened to them. It took them 49 days. They had evidence from 253 survivors. They exhibited 498 exhibits. They traveled from Enugu, Onitsha, Aba, Port Harcourt, Calabar, Oyo, Ugoja, gathering evidence and detailing and recording them. So no one would turn around and say, this thing didn't happen. This was before we went into Biafran War. So, without further ado, and I urge you all to read it. It's called The Massacre of Ndibo, 1966. So one day it is my hope that every school child, at least in the Biafran setting, would have read it, understood it. So there'll be no more lies about what happened to us. Let me talk about the 4 Ks. I mentioned Kaduna, Katsina. Today's turn is Kanji Dam. Now, where's Kanji Dam? Kanji Dam is around Ilorin, where the Italian firm called Impreglio, SPA, was building a dam for Nigeria to generate electricity. We're still waiting for the electricity in Nigeria. Anyway, so that was back in the 60s. They employed about 6,000 Easterners at this Kanji Dam construction. This was one of the sites of the worst slaughters for people of Eastern origin. This is what happened. It was a combined operation between the police and the civilians. The most important witness was somebody called Clement Obiefuna, who recorded what happened to the situation. So it's not a hearsay, an eyewitness. On the 29th and 30th of September, there was mass killing, which has continued to the worst of them to be in Kandidan police station, in front of police station. And this is what happened. A police van was fitted with a loudspeaker. It went round the town informing any Easterner who wishes to go back to the east to assemble at the police station in order that the necessary arrangement could be made for them to be evacuated. This piece of news, of course, was received with joy for all those of us, according to him, this witness, who wanted to escape. They thought this gesture was, in fact, made in good faith. It was otherwise, as their subsequent experience was to show, was the opposite. So when the remaining Easterners they haven't killed have heard about there will be a possibility of them being evacuated, so they assembled at the police station with all their loads, and they sat down waiting for further instructions for their repatriation. Little did they know that they had come to face their death. So it was, in fact, an appointment with death, according to him, for the next moment. What happened then? A group of unruly Hausas, that's general term for those in the north, appeared once more with their death weapon, chanting war songs, grinning at us, and positioned themselves strategically around the building. After a time, the policemen arrived in great numbers, and they asked us whether we were now ready to go back to the region, to our region. Of course, we joyfully answered yes. Then one of the Hausa civilians stepped out, mockingly asked us if there was anything we could do if he began to shoot at us. Now, before he had time to answer this question, he had already let go of his gun in our midst. So therefore, a frantic scramble to escape ensued. The police participated in the killing of many of us. During this shooting, I lost a relative, Mr. Ralph Nwa BC, who was aged 26, a motor driver with Impreglio FEA Kanji. The looting of our property started simultaneously with the killing. From a corner where I was, I could see the police helping the civilians to make away with our property. All my properties were carried. So it's not enough to state all this. This person now had to be cross-examined in front of a judge. And the question is, this massacre at the police station, Ganjidan, what date would that be? He said on the night of the 29th September. Remember, back in Lagos, they were having a meeting after the July killings to have a discussion on how to move Nigeria forward. There was a meeting going on, and then the killing broke out again in September. Okay, so this was the background. Now, around that time, the thing then in the court was, at what time? He said around 9 o'clock and 10 p.m. when the whole thing started and continued. The next question is, would it be correct to say that Easterners were tricked into assembling at the Kanjidan police station to enable them to massacre you? The answer, yes. And then he was asked again, and the trick was practiced by, he said, well, it was performed by police. The question, you, law-abiding citizen, trusted the police as your protectors? The answer is yes. Would it be correct to say that were it not for practice on you by the police, perhaps these vandals might not have had the opportunity to slaughter you as they did? They say they might not have had the opportunity to slaughter Easterners en masse. That's true. Now, immediately before the attack on the 29th, how many Easterners will you estimate gathered at the police station? Or you said very many. Give me an idea. Said about 2,000. Now, during the lengthy cross-examination that followed, the witness gave further details of the police civilian information and preparation for the attack. Let me cut this story long, which is a bit long, short. Basically, these people brought in new, fresh police officers from a different region in Nigeria to surround police station and removed the ones they were familiar with, and they were used in addition with mob to kill the people. They went around asking, assemble at the police station if they want to get back to the eastern region. So that's one of the repulsive fate of the killing of the eastern. They were lured into the traps, okay? And so it's not the first time they've done that trick. In Kanu, which we're going to look at shortly, they use the same trick because they say, oh, the train will be leaving such and such a date. So you all gather, and the act made it easier for them to slaughter many more, okay? So that's the trick was being used, and the tribunal uncovered this. So the next, I'm going to move now to Kanu at the time. Kanu, as you know, is it's a very, very busy ancient city in the north. It has a national airport. Okay? So this one was witness called Okpawa, P.I. Okpawa. Is witness number 125. So what happened to him? He said, I was shot from the back. They raised the occiput, which is the back of your head, back of your skull. And he fell down and lost consciousness for a time. Had that bullet gone a little deeper, his brain would have been, of course, blown out, and he would have died on the spot. On the other hand, had the wound been a shade slight or less, then he would have lived, and he would not have lost consciousness, and of course the army would have come and shot him like other people. So this is the part of the story which he told us that happened to him in Kanu. He said, one soldier ordered us outside and asked me, this was in the actual airport when they appeared. The other story was that all the big wigs, they came with their white agbada, all the politicians, Manda's clip of the bit of the film they're allowed to show. There was an attack inside an airport terminal, an international airport. The police arrived, the army arrived, and they said, where are the guys? And they started shooting, hitting people. So this is a scene from that. Okay, the plane had just arrived from London, parked in Kanu. People are just coming out, disembarking at Kanu. If you're from the eastern region, they line you up and shot you. They're from abroad. So this is a report of what happened in Kanu. And the people doing the killing are Nigeria's best. In other words, they went to Congo to represent Nigeria, the United Nations force. You have to keep peace in Kanu, in Congo. So they are the police, they are the actual elite of the Nigerian army, if you like, in Kanu. It was actually commanded by Chukwemeka Dumegwu. Yeah, it's a battalion. So where he was, of course, at this stage in the eastern region as a governor, eastern region. So what was left of the Nigerian army in Kanu joined the troops, joined the civilians in massacring ordinary civilians. They burst into the airport, and this is what happened. So one soldier ordered us out and asked me where I was from. When I told him I was from Midwesterner, he told me that I was lying because he knew where I came from. What I heard was a bad turn, quick march. I heard a shot behind me, and I fell down and passed out. How long I was there before I came round, I could not tell. But when I became conscious, a heap of dead bodies, men, were on top of me. Some still breathing, the others stone dead. It took me some time to extricate myself from the dead bodies heaped upon me. I crept over other dead bodies, and I tried to hide because soldiers were still shooting people down in the hiding places in the airport. Presently, I found myself in a big kitchen, and the whole length of the breadth of that was littered with dead bodies. 2 HAUSA stewards in the kitchen refused me entry until I paid them £5. And within seconds of my entry, about 5 armed northern soldiers entered the kitchen, shouting, "Are there any more Opera brothers left to be shot?" Opera, of course, was Dr. Michael Opera, who was the premier of the Eastern region. He wasn't killed in the first coup of January 66. He was the governor of the Eastern region. And at this stage, the Northerners hate him because he did not agree with the census when they did the census, I believe in 63 or so. And he said it was inflated and it cannot hold. So they hated him as a result of it. And everybody from the East, they were suspecting them because they wanted the Northerners to give the impression that they have more population than everybody else. But that's a different story. So they hate the Opara brothers. If you're an Opara brother, it means you're from the Eastern region. So they will go around literally hunting them down and shooting them. So he said, are there any Opara brothers left to be shot? Okay. I was again saved because I lay among the dead and pretended to be dead also. So when I could no longer hold out, I got up and walked to the table where one of the stewards was sitting. I shouted, please take me to the soldiers. At this stage, I was getting fed up. So he said, I can no longer stand this strain. Now, somebody emerged from under the big table on hearing me. It was Mr. Lekiti. Mr. Lekiti is a Ghanaian who apparently was hiding from the savage soldiers. He decided to give ourselves up to the soldiers. He was my uncle, and I was his nephew. That was the plan. This strategy worked wonderfully. And when the soldiers heard of us, they shouted in unison, why were you hiding? He said, we don't want to be killed. We don't want to kill Ghanaians. So why are you hiding? They are our friends. Yorubas, Efiks, all are our friends. We are after Opara's brothers. So they're specific. If you're wondering about the definition of genocide, you would normally target a specific ethnic group. So this is an example of it, soldiers themselves declaring that they're after Opara's brothers. Now, we are going to finish them off, he said. They took us upstairs where we saw more dead bodies, some of whom I recognized. Now, Mr. Lekiti and myself gave the soldiers £10 for drink. They drank until 6:30 a.m. the following morning. This happened at night, which was the 2nd of October. The reason why they trapped so many people was the 1st of October, which is an Independence Day, which is a celebration, like a holiday. So people are returning and traveling. So the airport was full of those who are arriving, those who are departing. So they pounced on all the people of the Eastern origin or Opara brothers. Now, these soldiers had some harsh things to say about Opara and Igbos. Opara was their arch enemy, who must be destroyed. Why did they kill our leaders while Opara, Zik, Osadebe were left out? If I wonder who Osadebe is, Osadebe was the one who was the governor of the Midwest, and his name suggests Igbo. Zik, of course, Azikiwe, who was the president, was like a queen equivalent of the First Republic of Nigeria at the time. He wasn't in charge, but he was the first, he was like the queen, the governor general equivalent. So you have Opara, who is Igbo, Zik, who is Igbo, and Osadebe, who is Igbo. They were left out of the January 15 coup. And this was really irking them and really annoying them so much that they want to kill everybody who is from Igbo. Okay, so Mbadiwe, they said, was the only Igbo man who would be spared on this march to Eastern region. So we're already planning to march to Eastern region. Okay, so this killing was happening in September, end of September, first week of October, 1966. They are planning to march to Eastern region because he was a good man. They'd say Mbadiwe is one who had the opportunity to make Enugu an international airport. Instead, he messed up and moved it to the north, as usual. Now, all other Igbos must be destroyed. Of course, that's the impression they give. If you're good to them, then they try and spare you for the time being until they get to you in the end. Now, at 7 a.m. that same Sunday morning, they asked Mr. Lekiti and myself to get ready because we are going to show you how we have dealt with Opera brothers and sisters. So the soldiers took Mr. Okwawa, who was pretending to be the nephew of Mr. Lekiti, who's a Ghanaian. They took us to the railway station in an armed Land Rover, an army Land Rover. And there we saw a sight which I would never live to see again. to my dying day. Over 600 men, women, and children have been mowed down. They have been killed while they were waiting for a train to take them to our region. A few of the children were still creeping over their dead mothers, shouting, "Mama, I am hungry. I want to drink." Some were sucking at their dead mother's breasts and left them to suck on. It should be borne in mind that 3 days earlier, this is the annoying bit, 3 days earlier, before this unprecedented massacre, it was announced over the Radio Kaduna, some called Radio Fusion Kaduna Network, that a passenger train would be leaving Kanu for Eastern Region on the 2nd of October, and that all those wishing to travel should report on 1st of October at the railway station. Of course, over 700 Igbos packed to the railway station. The announcement was made by, guess who? A Mr. T. George. Mr. T. George is a senior train officer who incidentally is a native of Idoma. He was educated at Methodist College in Uzakoli. So he was a member of the Nasarawa Club and attended all the meetings where they made the decision to kill all the Igbos in the north. Now, when all the Igbos had entered the railway station, he ordered that the gates should be locked, so they couldn't get out. They drove us to the local running shed. So I just showed the background. We tell you what happened at the Kanji Dam. The police went to the siren. Everybody who wants to go, come to the police station. Here, they made on the radio, Kaduna, very popular, by somebody who they are familiar, hearing their voice, someone from Idoma, who was at the Uzakoli, which is in the east, where he schooled. So his voice is familiar, in order to lure all those Easterners who want to travel back to the east. 700 of them descended. They went to pack their things and go on the bank holiday, which was on the 1st of October, and they were mown down. Okay? So, these people say, I want to stop there for now, because that's the experience that was going on in Kanu. So this guy, of course, eventually managed to escape and got home, and this bullet was fished out from his skull, and they lived to tell the tale. So that I'm just sharing this with you also, that you know the background to what happened to your people, to our people in the northern part of Nigeria. So I'm giving you the killing fields of K, Kaduna, K, Katsina, K, Kanji Dam, and K in Kanu. There are so many other towns with similar stories, just killing after killing after killing. So the only killing, the story goes that this killing stopped when? Anyone know? When there was no more Igbos or Nyamaris left in the north to kill. So as a result, there were an exodus, right? You weren't going to be told to hang around in the north. The only thing that's everyone from the east, the only thing in their mind is how do we get home? They abandoned everything. They started walking. Some jumped into a plane that was going somewhere. Some jumped into train. And when they got to Otubo or near the border of Enugu, as about to cross the River Benue, the train would stop. The mob would jump in, kill as many as they can, put the bodies back in, so that when they arrive at Enugu, they're injured, maimed, half dead, and so on, to frighten the Easterners. Okay? So that was the killing that was going on. I'll now quickly speed up and take you to the scenario then of what happened when the Igbos or the Nyamalis left the north. Yeah, it would be interesting to know where the houses, the Sabungaris, what actually took place. What happened then? Now you got rid of all the people of Eastern region. So, as evidence, I present before you a report from New York Times. Somebody called Lloyd Garrison, who went back to the Sabungari in the Kanu. Yeah. He went there on the 7th of December to report what was the state of affairs after the Igbos have left Sabungari. Yeah, it's good to look at it now from the other side. He said after the massacre of over 2,000 Igbos in Kanu in September 29, 1966, and the massive exodus of Igbos that immediately followed, New York Times correspondent Lloyd Garrison visited a deserted and desolate Sabongari Kanu, where the eastern Igbo quarters, and filed this report. Okay, so you understand the background. The killing has now stopped because no more Nyamris to kill. Okay, now somebody needs to go there and find out what has happened. Okay, so he says outside the old city walls in Sabongari, or strangers' quarters, that's what it actually means, Sabongari, where the quarters in the north, you're not allowed to live inside their walled city because you're a foreigner, you're a stranger. So you left outside. So outside the walled cities, the houses were now empty and the streets were deserted today, except for a stray dog resting in the shade of a tree. The only sound was the creaking of the house doors as they swung gently back and forth in the light breeze. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew several doors shut, and the dog, as if startled by a rifle shot, crouched. The sound left the dog trembling with fear, even now, more than 2 months after the massacre of Igbos in the heart of the northern Nigeria Muslim North. There's little else to remind one of what happened here, except the sight of the occasional litter, the torn Bible on the floor of the Baptist church, and the OK Jazz stationery store. Otherwise, the shops and houses have been stripped of their furnishings, as if no one ever lived there. 30,000 Igbos once filled these dwellings, 30,000. But now, the Sabongari has become quite simply a ghost town. The bloodbath began on the 9th of September 29th, when northern troops opened fire on the Igbo refugees standing by at the airport. By dawn, northern soldiers with automatic weapons and civilians with machetes had swept through the city, burning, looting, and killing. As if by signal, most foreign observers here are convinced that the pogrom was planned. I told you before that it was not only planned, they didn't just have automatic weapons, rifles, bows and arrows, bricks, anything they can use to kill people. They also have typed addresses for where the Nyamri is supposed to live. So it's not something you say is a riot, it just happened, it was planned. And then, the slaying spreads to other Igbo communities in Nigeria, vast northern interests. So that's part of the report. Now, carry on with the report in the New York Times. No one knows how many were killed, and that's the fact. It's difficult to estimate the actual number that died. The report, the tribunal were mentioning, and those who escaped with their lives were able to tell the story. There are worse, gruesome stories which cannot be told because the people who it was acted upon have died. So they're not telling you the full story because you can't. It's just impossible. The extent of the calamity that befell our people. But the official census of the Northern Military Nigerian Lagos had approved. You see, you have to approve. They say, well, we're going to agree that 7,000 died. If 7,000 died, you have to times it by 100, as you and I know. Okay, so that's the one the official government approved. They actually agreed that thousands died. That's the key thing. Now, this is considered to be a conservative estimate. That's according to New York Times. A conservative estimate means it's under exaggerated. Now, Northerners here do not talk about what happened unless you ask them. Surprise, surprise. And their responses frequently include a comment that, the Igbos had it coming to them. Some samples. They were too pushy. So if you're very pushy, you should be killed. That's what they're saying. They took the best jobs. Okay, so because they have good jobs, you have to go and kill them. I told you before, there's something called privileged pariah. They were privileged because they had these jobs, but they are pariah, they're hated because they're in the different parts of the country. So you kill them because they had the best jobs. They weren't content to do business. I don't know what they're supposed to do. You can't come into your wall city. They're not content to do business. They wanted to run everything. Guess who's running everything in Nigeria at the moment? Okay. Now, they called us backward because we were Muslims, really. Okay. But we were reading Arabic for centuries while they were still cannibals, really. Okay. Now, these are all the comments when this reporter went around asking, what happened? Can you tell us about these Igbo people? They're pushy. They don't want to do business. They call us backwards. They are cannibals. And so kill them. Yeah? Okay, now, if there was a plan to rid of the north of all Igbos, well, Harrison said it has succeeded. More than 1 million Igbos living in the north and in many other parts of the Federation have retreated to the sanctuary of the eastern region. So remember the word, the sanctuary. So eastern region, which later became Biafra, was as a result of all these killings. People retreated into what we call the sanctuary, into their homelands, into their villages, to their hamlets, where their extended families absorbed them. So if you want to talk about Biafra, you cannot but mention this. Yeah, it was a retreat into a sanctuary where you at least, you're not going to be killed the next minute. Okay? There's nowhere else that was safe for you. Okay. Now, in the East, it is widely believed that the pogrom had religious overtones because the Igbos, of course, are Christians. But of the 32 northern soldiers now in detention, so actually they arrested some of the northern soldiers in detention. They have roads in killing. Most of them, they said, were southern half of the region, in other words, the mid-belt, where missionary education was permitted to penetrate. Remember I told you missionary education was not allowed to go into the north because they said we want to rule indirectly. Therefore, we maintain the Muslim way of doing things. Therefore, book is haram. Hence, you have Boko Haram. So therefore, if you learned anything about how you read and write and so on to do the modernity things, it was said to be haram. You're not allowed. So, but in the middle belt, missionary managed to get up there. And therefore, you have people like Gowan, whose father was a priest, and he was able to read and write, and therefore was anyway, and people like him. Now, 11 of those who were captured, who the rioters, they said 11 of them were Catholic, and 10 of them were Protestants, and then 10 were Muslim. So these are the group of soldiers who did the killing. Now, with the Igbos departed, many predicted their north economy would then be paralyzed. So what happened when the Igbos left the north? All this, they had their privileged jobs and so on. Now, this is the situation. The breakdown may yet come, yeah? Because efficiency has certainly fallen off. So what are the actual Easterners doing in north? Well, there are some doubts that 50 million groundnut crops can be shipped to Lagos for export. There's some doubt about the economy. Now, but the train, now this is what is something I'm telling you the Igbos have been doing. The trains are gradually beginning to run again. When the Igbos left, the trains wasn't running. So they had to get European engineers, okay, to help run the trains. Before that, they didn't need foreigners to run the trains. Unless you see Easterners are foreigners, of course. Now, and the Northern launched 2-month program to train Northern clerks, accountants, adding machine operators. They now have to recruit their own people, force them to learn to do all those things which the Igbos were doing. The telephone still worked, and the mail gets through. Although a letter posted from Lagos may take a week to arrive in Kanu. Let me repeat that. When the Igbos left, the letter you post from Lagos would take you 1 week to arrive in Kanu. It used to take 2 days. So that is the type of efficiency the Easterners were providing to the Nigerian economy. 2 days from Lagos to Kanu, the letter will be in your hand. Okay? When they left, it took a week. So Nigeria went backwards when it comes to running its commerce. Okay, now for too long, says Aminu Kanu, one of the politicians, said for too long, we've been letting outsiders do things for us while we sat back relishing our traditions. Now, he says, now we will have only ourselves to blame for not advancing into the 20th century. But we must do it ourselves. So he recognized that there was some issue between them not being in touch with modernity. They now have to wake up and start doing things which the so-called Nyamaris were doing for them. Okay, so I parked that one side. So that is the background which I'm trying to bring to you to appreciate what has happened when the Igbos left the northern part of Nigeria at the time, between, October to December. So there's an issue before Biafra is launched, what was happening to Nigeria. So in the north, they have emptied the north of Igbos. Okay, in the west, although some stay behind, the majority of them are run back to the east, to this sanctuary we're going to call Biafra. Now, so the same reporter, Garrison, okay, Lloyd Garrison, for New York Times. What did he do? He went to Enugu, the receiving end, where the Igbos are run to, went to know what was happening on that side. He said, after over 1 million Easterners from the north poured into Enugu, this is a report, on the 9th of December 1966. So now, he says, there's an estimated massacre of Igbos in the north, in Kanu, for example, and other parts of Nigeria. New York Times correspondent Lloyd Garrison visited
All right,
Enugu.
Mazi, I need to ask you some questions. As you know, I have to interrupt you now and then. It might look a bit rude, but we have to do that. Listen, Mazi, I am so I don't know how to describe it, because I'm busy listening to you, knowing as a person who was born after the war, this whole thing for me is a nightmare. Now tell me, what is it about our people that we will wait for the last minute till when the knife is on our neck? We will not run for our life. And I mean, it is not just then. Even today, we know that we have millions of our people in the north. And if anything has to happen today, it will be back again to history. Please go ahead.
Okay, to answer that one, you have to also understand the background to how Nigeria was in the 60s. Remember, we've been killed in 1945 in Jos. We've been killed in 1953 in Kanu. Okay? Now, this is 66. The strange thing about 66 was the primordial hatred was now unleashed. Is this deep-seated hatred was now industrialized and fanned. The emirs was at it. The soldiers were joining in. The civilians were joining. You can't call it a riot anymore. In fact, it was planned to empty the north of anyone from the east. So that is this now an industrial scale killing. Now, in May, when the first riot was taking place, Major General Aguirre, who's supposed to be an Igbo person, was the one head of government in Nigeria. You agree with that? So he was able to stamp out the May 66 rioting. They actually physically sent troops to go and quell it, and restore peace and order. Ojukwu told those people who managed to escape, it's okay, you can all go back now. There'll be no more killing. This is the last bloodshed we're going to have, so that we will, there'll be peace. His friend, Emir Bayero, who he made the chancellor of, University of Nigeria and Nsukka, much to the consternation of Nnamdi Azikiwe. Nnamdi Azikiwe helped to form the university. Okay, Ojukwu made a northern emir a chancellor. Okay, at the heat of the 66 when he became the governor. So now this friend of his reassured him that there'd be no more killing. Okay? So people, particularly from Nnewi, then went back because they listened to Ojukwu, they went back to the north. Then what happened? They got killed again. Okay? Now, you can blame them for why did they leave at the last minute? They were reassured in May. Okay? So, now, because they were reassured in May, they were able to go back. Now, what then happened was there's a chain of events, which one thing, when they then killed Agi Urensi, and this one is the coup, which Gowon became the head of, Muritala Muhammad and his gang, they killed Agi Urensi and started killing all the Igbo officers. So there was no more support to prevent any further killings. So the people living in the north, they have to literally make their way home. Okay? You will say, why don't they do it then? But because the coup was aborted, the eastern part, this was a coup which was supposed to take over the whole Nigeria, but the eastern part, Ojukwu was still in charge. He heard there was going to be a coup. He ran into the police station where he stayed and he was guarded. So they did not get at him. They didn't get him to replace him. You remember the Enugu garrison was run by the northern soldiers. Benjamin Adekunle was actually in charge there at the time. So they could have killed Ojukwu, but the coup didn't work. So at that stage then, Ojukwu became the only person who could ask people and protect them. He couldn't protect his people because he can't tell them, stay in the north. Don't come back to east or whatever. So he says, if you can cross this line, if you can come over to the eastern region by whatever means, then you are safe. Going back to this concept of sanctuary. So when they were told to return, every nook and cranny, anyone who can write, say, if you have a relative in the north, you were told, come home. That was one singular information. Come home was the message, and Igbos, they poured home. Okay, so I would agree with you. At the moment in time, we tend to leave things too late, but at the 66 killings, they had no choice. That's why they came home in droves. Okay, so we have to perhaps differentiate that. Now, dial that forward. I believe in the 80s or so, 90s, they were trying to kill the Igbos again, right? So Ojukwu said, look, this time round, we're not running. We're not going to go anywhere. I've forgotten what declaration it is. Is it the Kanu, Kaduna, or whatever declaration is called? They say, if they kill enough, kill them back. Yeah, so he warned the Kanu Emir. When you start killing the Igbos, remember, when this time finishes, there'll be nothing left in Kanu. So that's how they backed off. Okay? So they decided, we're not running anymore. We're going to stay there and die and fight with them. So there's a change in the scene. For those who feel that, we can just go and kill the Igbos anyhow you like.
All right,
I give it an instant.
All right, not interrupting again, but I need to come in here. Now, would it be right if I say that the reason why our people don't want to leave the north, even till today, is because of business interest and wrong investment they made in the wrong place?
Okay, I will answer that. First of all, there's also, in addition to what you said, there's this concept that they have built a house, they have a hotel, and so on. So if you join Biafran struggle, we're going to lose those hotels, we're going to lose those houses.
There we go.
It's an erroneous understanding, because as of now, this very minute, your house, your business, whatever it is you build enough cannot be guaranteed. The only thing that guarantees it is that you have a Biafra as a country, so that if anything happens to you, you be a foreign indigent, they have to compensate you for what you have. At the moment, they feel that, well, we're not going to join this Biafra train because if we do, we lose our investment. It's a wrong thing. Is a wrong thinking. And the second part to that question is, why did they not invest in Biafra land? Because there's nothing there. You don't have the roads. Go to the north and see what the roads are like. You don't have the trains. How many trains do you have in the Igbo land, Biafra land? You have the infrastructure. It's not there, and it's deliberately so that you're forcing them to invest outside Nigeria. So if you change that scenario whereby you equip the East, there'll be no need for them to go and live there and stick their neck out, because they know if you have a beauty contest and a stage in the north, and somebody said, we don't like what's happening, they kill the Igbos. If there's a lunar eclipse somewhere, they turn around and kill the Igbos. If there's a Denmark cartoonist drawing about Muhammad, they turn around and kill the Igbos. So I'm afraid the scenario continues until our people understand that they once upon a time, the killing stopped. Not only when they killed all the Igbos in the north, also when they had a place called Biafra, you have to come and defend and fight your way through every village. And in the end of that fighting, they say no victor, no vanquish. Because unless you have a place you can call your home, you're carrying going to be killed like a stray dog, I'm afraid to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please continue uninterruptedly. I think we still have almost half an hour to go again. Take it up.
So the theme I was developing then was the fact that we have now been to the north, we've been kicked out. The report from the garrison, from these garrison guys, this is the background in the north. Things are not running as efficiently as they think they're good at. Yeah? Because the Igbos are providing some important services. The English or the British who appointed them to those posts before independence was because they are the ones who can read and write, who can do the job properly. Okay, the British will not say to you, oh, because you're from a tribe 7, therefore I'm going to appoint you. They say, you are from tribe whatever, you can do the job, I appoint you. So that's one thing that was not made known to those in the north. So they saw those who came from outside as privileged pariahs, as I keep using the term the sociologists use. So I'll now tell you what happened at Enugu. So they are poured into Enugu as the capital or other parts of the eastern region. So this garrison went there to report the events. Now, this is what happened. So he got to a place where they called, where they were settling the refugees. So here is a snippet of what happened. Somebody was lining up and they said, what is your name, sir, please? They asked the man behind a desk, yeah, without looking up at the applicant standing before him. So people are returned and they went to an office to register the fact that they're refugees. Is there any job for them? So this is an important part of why Biafra came. These are refugees that need to be rehabilitated. There are over 2 million. If remember the Rohingyas scenario, they left where they were and the whole world knew that there was a crisis. Anywhere where you have a flock of people pouring into one part, yeah, be it people leaving Syria, people leaving Afghanistan, doesn't matter where they are, when they arrive at the other destination, they become refugees. But when this happened to the Easterners, they poured into the Eastern region. And somehow, there was no external help. Even their own government, who's supposed to help them, turned their back. And this is what led to Biafra being established. I'll come back to this theme. So, Garrison therefore visited what was like a center where these people have been processed. Yeah? So, he said, what's your name? So, my name is Sunday Ofokaja. Ofokaja, I'm not sure I pronounced it properly. Ofokaja. Yeah, Ofokaja. So age 41, occupation, certified public accountant. Sign the card here and print your name and address under the signature, said the man, fine, next. So they were being processed. It's not a laughing matter. There are people in the queue. They were being processed. You're an accountant. You're a mechanic. You're this. We have to try and find a job for you now in the eastern region. Okay, so there was people who were destitute. Remember, this is December. Christmas is coming. The school fees haven't been paid. The children, some have escaped, some haven't, and so on and so forth. Now, so this reporter was reporting the scenario in the eastern region, the crisis on one of the towns. Said it was such an abrupt ritual that the accountant had no time to say more, to pour out his desperation, to tell how he lost everything in Kanu, his job at the bank, his car, his TV set, and say that this was, and then say all he had was his lucky escape with his life. Without a word, this Sunday guy turned and left, passing a long line of refugees that stretched along the corridor down the steps of the Eastern Region Refugee Commission headquarters here in Enugu, which is the region capital. The accountant was one of slightly more than 1 million Easterners, most of them Igbos, who fled to their Eastern region homeland after the September massacre of Easterners living in Northern region. The commission here is well staffed and is working overtime to settle the refugees. But it is an awesome undertaking. So far, the Eastern region government has earmarked £2.8 million equivalent for rehabilitation. Meaning it's okay. They said $2.8 million because they're writing in the American newspaper, New York Times. They said as equivalent of $2.8 million for the rehab. And then the federal government in Lagos is supposed to contribute $980,000. Now, nearly half of this total is going to pay the salaries of hundreds of civil servants who retreated here from all parts of the Federation and who had been absorbed by putting them on the regional government payroll. So the scenario was you worked for the government, but you are now left Kanu, you left Kaduna, you run away, and no one is paying your salary. So you have to be absorbed by the Eastern region government. Okay, bear that in mind. I'll visit this later. Now, the bulk of the rest of the money, which is more than 600,000, is being invested in new farm cooperatives to increase the food production and provide new job opportunities. But we are already encountering some difficulty with all the farm schemes and so on. So I will spare you reading the whole story if you get a chance to study it. What it is that the government was trying its best to rehabilitate these people who have then left in a hurry, their television, their cars, their jobs not being paid, and so on. Someone had to somehow carry this burden. In the tradition, be an African tradition, an Igbo tradition, someone comes from somewhere. So you have to rely on your extended family to support you. If it wasn't for the extended family system, it would have been impossible to reabsorb 2 million people, which is 17% of the population at the time in the Eastern region. Okay? So that was the background then when all the killings was going on in the north, and we now have Eastern region as a sanctuary. Okay, if I just use that term for now. We're now talking December. So what was going on? Well, I tell you, there was a song, okay, because every single village or town that you go to, if your relative didn't come back from Lagos or from Kanu, from Zaria, from Kaduna, from Maiduguri, from Sokoto, you have a story to tell. I said last time, some people were cut in pieces that they weren't even, culturally allowed to be buried in their own compound. So the scenario in the Eastern region in the December of 1966 was very, very grim indeed. And artists, those musicians, they always sing about what they're seeing in front of them. So there's a song by Rex Lawson that goes something like this. Onwuzuruwa, yeah? Onwuzuruwe. Let me just force myself to sing it. Onwuzuruwe. Mashingi arawanne. Ashingi arawanne. Onariba. He played it over and over and over again. It was the mood, it's a somber music. Everybody heard it. And he was just playing it over and over because Onwuzuruwa means there's death everywhere. There's nowhere on the planet where you don't have any death. So it's like a balm to try and cushion the impact, the people, the suffering, just to dampen them down. Okay? But human beings, we're not satisfied. The Igbos, on the other hand, the people who were in the eastern region, they felt they needed the vengeance. It's like when you send the Abriba warriors to go across the north and kill as many northerners as possible. Yeah. So there was some areas where indeed the northerners were attacked, but the Juku said, "We mustn't do this. No way. He wasn't going to have it." So you needed some strong leadership at that time. Otherwise, you would have internal killings everywhere. So Juku forced them to remain calm. And in fact, he went and rounded the northerners and spoke to them in the Hausa language, asked them to pack their things, and they would be escorted. Can you believe that? They had the soldiers, the army, to escort them out to the east. Some took the flight, some were taken across to the Niger border, they went to go via Lagos area. So they were escorted out of the east by the forces in the east, so that they would be immune or protected from what the general public were seeing. Okay, so it took strong leadership to be able to dampen the anger that was welling in the eastern region. Okay, so this was around December. Okay, so this is before Ojukwu then had to go to Aburi, because at this stage we say we've been chased out of Nigeria. Okay, one who is rejected by others cannot reject himself. It's time for us to go. We're going to lose a lot, but it's time for us to go. And this is what the Ojukwu has to tell them. He has to provide strong leadership. We're talking a 32, 33-year-old man as a head of state. Can you imagine? Okay, he said, of all the things that we suffered, this is a quote I got from 1966. Indeed, he said, we are braced to face and encounter the challenge of the future. We believe that the tomorrow we face, or the battle for survival, will not be won by bullets or savagery, but by brain power, modern skills, and the determination to live and succeed. We also believe that out of the carnage and wrecks of the past will emerge a new breed of men and women who are resolute, powerful, and prosperous. That's Lieutenant Colonel C. Odime Ojukwu, 1966. Biafra hasn't been declared, but he has to calm his people. He has to tame them. He has to tell them, let's look not for revenge, but to build a new country, build a new path to survive as a people. Okay? That is what we mean by strong leadership. And he had a class, 1966, class 1970, to thank for. They were really, really up for it. Okay. Sorry, you were going to say something?
No, not at all. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, so what I said, therefore, we needed strong leadership. At that time, otherwise Nigeria would just flare up. Everybody just go take the knife and go to the north and start killing for what has happened to their own people. So he managed to contain it. As you know, Ojukwu, when he came back from exile, he was called Eze Bulubulu Igbo. Is that right? Eze Igbo Bulubulu. And he says, Onu Nekuru Orama. Now is the mouthpiece for his people. So he stepped in the gap. We've never seen such a leader. He came in to dampen the pain of his people. And then he was told that we should, why are we still in Nigeria? He took one extra step called the Aburi. Yeah? He has to go that extra mile. And this is very important. As I said last time, the killing started in May. It was in May the year after, 1 year before Biafra was declared. Biafra, as you've been to understand now, is like a sanctuary. We can't go back to Nigeria to kill us. If we stay here, well, we have to build a new system. But we built Nigeria. But we have to now build. Remember the trains? Remember the newspaper? Remember the post office running efficiently from Lagos to Kaduna or to Kanu in 2 days. When we left, it take off to 1 week, if at all it gets there. Okay? So the efficiency with which Nigeria was run, thanks to those people, has now been kicked out, and nobody cared. Right. Now, so that's against the background to which we are now going to find a solution to all these killings. And that is why Aburi was called. Why Aburi? Well, Aburi was because the last time they had a conference, when Gowon became the head of state, or they took over the government, there was a conference going on, and whilst the conference was going on, the killing resumed in the north. So Gowon wasn't actually stopping anybody being killed. And in the end, he got exasperated. He said, for God's sake, the killing has to stop. Enough bloodshed. Enough. So, but from July, August, September, October, no, people were being killed. He did nothing as the head of state. Okay? So, he made fancy speeches. God has made it possible for the Northerners to become the head of state again. Da-da-da-da-da-da. He wasn't really doing anything to stem the bloodshed. But, so, we got to December. We now got to find a solution to all these goings on. So that is why Aburi was an important meeting. The Aburi meeting, I bring the British in a bit. The Brits were looking for where we're going to have this conference. If Ojukwu went back to Lagos, they'll arrest him. They'll kill him. If he went to the north, he'll not be safe to come back. So he says there's nowhere in Nigeria where we can sit down and have this meeting. That's how bad things were. And of course, Nigerians had to come back and say, well, we can't trust that Gowon will come to the east and be safe either, which may well be true. So they cannot have the meeting about the future security of the country within the same country. So that's how bad things were. The British stepped in. Oh, why don't we have this meeting at the British warship parked outside the shores of Nigeria in Lagos? So, any scholars, history scholars here? Why that would not be a good idea? British government was offering them to have this conference in a British warship off the coast of Nigeria. And of course, Ojukwu did history in Oxford. I think you will have come across the history of Jaja of Opobo. Jaja of Opobo, as you all know, was trading independently and competing with the British under Victorian rule. So they said, let's have a conference in our boat parked outside Opobo. So he by the way, when he comes, don't bring your army. It's okay. So he turned up for this gentleman's meeting. They kidnapped him, extraordinary renditioned him to West Indian Island, and on his way back he died. So you could remember the history. So you can't go and have a meeting in the British boat. So he has got an antecedent to follow. So therefore he said, no, I'm not going to a British warship to discuss what's happening. So this is where the Ghanaians stepped in. General Ankara, who took over from Nkrumah, decided, let's have this meeting in Ghana, a neutral ground. Ojukwu flies straight to Ghana, and the Nigerian delegate will go to Ghana, and they will meet at the conference place. So, 4th and 5th of January 1967. So we survived 66 with a lot of wound for the people of the Eastern region. We now need to find a solution. So they went to Aburi on 4th January and 5th of January to discuss how are we going to live together, okay, in one country. What is the way forward? So they met in Aburi. I'll say to you, after the war, Gowon said, there are no victors, no vanquished. Is that not so? And we have 3 R's. Yeah? Reconstruction, reconciliation, and rehabilitation. Yeah? Great. Okay. All sounds very good, but if you study it, there are 2 cons in that 3 R's. Anyway, we'll come back to that. The Aburi Accord had actually 6 R's, what I call 6 R's. After the war, you have 3 R's. What I'll say to you if we have carried out the Aburi Accord, the 6 R's, there'll have been no need for the 3 R's, which was a sham anyway. Okay. The first R of the Aburi Accord was the renunciation, okay, of the use of force to settle Nigerian crises. That's the first R. Yeah? We are not going to use military force or any other force to sort out Nigerian internal problem. Renunciation of force was number 1. They agreed to that. The second R was reorganization of the army. Why do we need to reorganize the army? Well, we have the Northern Army going around killing people who are not of Eastern, who are of Eastern origin, and nowhere else is safe in Nigeria. So the army needs to be reorganized. Who army have you got? Is it Northern Army? Is it a Nigerian army? Is it Yoruba army? Or is it Eastern army? So the army needs to be reorganized, and they need to stay in their own station, their own regions. Because if you're an army officer of Eastern origin and you go to the north, you may not come back, and vice versa. So the army needs to be reorganized. That's the second R. The third R is what they call the regional autonomy. Yeah, you have to return to the regions, because the whole rioting, they say, UNC brought Decree 34 and tried to force everybody into becoming one country instead of their regions. We want to have our regions. So all the decree, when the military came in 1966, was rescinded, and they returned to regional autonomy. That's R number 3. R number 4, now, I mentioned to you, there's people lining up in Enugu trying to find a means of living again. We call rehabilitation of the Eastern refugees. You need to rehabilitate them. You need to pay their salary. You need to remember this area, this region now needs support from the center. You need to rehabilitate those who have been killed. We aren't even talking compensation yet. Just get them employed. Get their means of livelihood going again. We need to rehabilitate them. Don't wait till you finish killing them in the war and start rehabilitating them. You can do it now. Okay? So that's the 4th R. The 5th R is what they call revenue reallocation for financial secretaries. They were supposed to meet, and the revenue reallocation was to be formalized. Yeah, they're supposed to do revenue reallocation. Okay? So at the moment, Zamfara, we have gold, and we're not bringing it to the center. And the riverine area, we say this oil belongs to us. We want to. So the formula for sharing what you have was discussed in Aburi. That's R number 5. R number 6. Let me explain this one. They wanted the actual recording. This particular peace talk, they wanted it to be handed over to the OAU, Organization of African Unity, what they call Adi Amama, as a guarantee that we have had a chat. This is what we discussed, just in case other countries don't know what happened. So Ojukwu brought this idea. They said, no, we are brothers. No. This is an internal matter. We will deal with it. No, we're not going to go to OAU and hand over what we discussed. So this R number 6 was not agreed upon. But every other R, 5 out of 6, as I mentioned to you, the renunciation of use of force, the reorganization of the army, the return of regional autonomy, the rehabilitation of Eastern refugees, the revenue allocation, all these were agreed upon. Okay? And something about if you're going to have a decision, it has to have concurrence of all the various regions, because they now have regional commanders. Everything was formalized, and so those are the principles on which Aburi was based on. So Ojukwu didn't get the 6 out of the 6 R's, the one where you report all the findings and deposit it in OAU. They turned it down. But nevertheless, the whole conference was recorded in a gramophone long play LP, so that it is possible to play it, so nobody will say, this is not what we said. And at the end, they all have to read the transcript, and they all have to sign it in front of General Ankara. General Ankara read it and said, anyone want to amend anything? They said no. and they signed it. And if you look at the pictures, Ojukwu and Gowon was eating from the same plate, a bowl of rice, if I recall, and some meat in it. None of them was using a long spoon, okay? They were eating as brothers. Everybody agreed. The Aburi Accord was very, very successful. So on the 5th of January, they all left Ghana. Everybody breathed a huge sigh of relief. Whew, we can carry on again as a family. Then the problem started. The problem started because when Gowon got back, the permanent secretary said, did you know what you signed? Do you know you signed away Nigeria? Really? We're going to be a confederacy. What's that? Well, Ojukwu have confused you people. You know, he went to Oxford. Very, very sad. And maybe I'm over dramatizing this. This is very serious. The highest authority in the country went and had a conference. They signed a form, which they should abide by, and then one side decided not to agree with it any longer. This is where Nigeria was destroyed. Okay? So not only were the Easterners kicked out of the Federation, they tried to come back in a way that will accommodate everybody. Okay? And this was turned down. Gowon, instead of announcing, this is what we have done, this is announcing to the nation, this is what we agreed at Aburi, this is what we're supposed to do, he decided, maybe I gave away so much. So what exactly did you give away? Yeah? What did you give away? Yeah? Did you give away the fact that renunciation of force as a way of solving the problem is not a good idea? Is that what you gave away? What about reorganizing of the army? What have we got now? We got Boko Haram in the army. Yeah? So-called repentant Boko Haram in the army. The Nigerian army, who are they protecting? The army is not reorganized. If it was reorganized in 66 or 67, we wouldn't have this mess. We'd have an army which is neutral and able to respond to any threat to the nation. What about regional autonomy? Well, that's what we are vying for now. Everybody wants to have their own autonomy. If this region wants to do this region, that is what is happening now. How about rehabilitation of refugees? You now have, because you didn't do this to the Eastern refugees, you now have internally displaced refugees in the north, more than, I dare say, than they had in the Eastern region before the war started. So failure to rehabilitate the Eastern refugees have left you with more internally displaced human beings in the Nigerian than they had. So another failure. Okay? Revenue allocation. Well, Zamfara will discover gold and will not bring it to the center. And those who have oil bring it to the center. And how long when this run out? Nobody wants to contribute. Everyone wants to take from the center and not allocate accordingly. Okay? So, there are issues then as a result of the failure to carry out the 5 R's on Aburi Accord. You ended up with a war, okay? Because renunciation of the use of force was abandoned, and you used force to force people back in to the country. So, that's a failure number 1. Because of that, renunciation of force was not applied. Officers and gentlemen, you ended up asking for 3 R's. You ended up having to reconstruct areas where you destroyed in your 3 R's. You have to reconcile with the enemy. Yeah, your brothers and sisters are supposed to have been in the same country. You need to reconcile them. And then you have to do rehabilitation. We should have used the funds to rehabilitate those refugees in the first place. But the rehabilitation, which you did after the war, was a joke. Because rehabilitation started, reconstruction started in Festac town in Lagos. You built a brand new stadium, and then it carried on. It's not coming to the east. You moved it to build a brand new capital in Abuja. So the area where you had the war, you just ignored it. So there's a lot to learn from Nigerian history about what happened at Aburi. And they're still thinking about it. The failure to implement Aburi is what led very, very rapidly to the nosedive
Mazi,
that created Biafra.
All right,
this is where we're headed in the first place. So January came.
Mazi, can you hear me?
Everybody, Ojukwu got back and celebrated. Aburi was a success because you remember he was being told, "Don't go because there's nothing to. We can't trust these people any longer." You told us to go back when they killed us in May. They didn't. They carried on killing us. Now Aburi, you brought Aburi. What do you think will happen if Aburi is jettisoned? Do you think Ojukwu will ever be trusted again? Okay, so
all right, Aburi, Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to give you a 5 minutes break, and we'll take a break this side. I mean, you've been talking for more than an hour, and that's not an easy, it's an act. So I want you to get some water, and we will come back in the next 5 minutes, and then, of course, you will start wrapping up. I feel like you can talk the whole day today. That's the mood I am in. But I'm willing to give you even another 15 more minutes. But let's take a 5 minutes break, and we'll be back. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, we will take a quick break and we will be back. We are talking Biafran History 101, Part 4. And with me, of course, is Dr. Okachi Lewis, all the way from the United Kingdom, telling us our history. Bob Marley said, if you don't know your history, then you're lost. You will not know where you're coming from. And also an Igbo adage says, and I quote, and this is constructive argument with Mazi Ikechukwu on Radio Biafra.
This is constructive argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. This is constructive argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered.
This is a live program for those of you who might think it's a recorded. It is live, it is direct. I've got my pen, my paper ready, and I'm learning, and I hope you are. Let's go back to Dr. Louis Okachi. Mazi, can you hear me? If you can, please take it away, and I will give you 15 more minutes to the top of the hour, and we will call it a day. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and the whole world is listening. Let's do this.
Okay, so we just quickly remind ourselves, we just talked about Ojukwu going to Aburi as the last resort, and his people are waiting with bated breath to see whether that will help them survive the killings they endured. So Aburi was hailed by those who were there, including by the Ghana head of state, as a success. It was done behind closed doors without any outside interference. But when they got back, those who were supposed to take the decision as the Supreme Military Council, who are the highest authority in the land, somehow decided to backtrack. They said, what we signed is not really in the best interest of the nation. I'm not sure which of those R's they want to change. So January came, Ojukwu announced that on Aburi we stand. Aburi is something his people hope will allow them to have some catch their breath from all the killing. But even then, remember what I said, he told them in May to go back, everything will be okay, they got killed. Some who stayed got killed So there's nowhere safe. They went to Aburi as a last resort. Now, instead of implementing Aburi Accord, they're now dragging their feet. They're going back. So January came, the 4th and 5th, after the conference, nothing was implemented. They started leaking some of the information from Aburi, which wasn't accurate. The Juku had to counter it by releasing the gramophone play of what the conference was. And of course, if you're trying to fool the Igbo people, you just ask to hear what one person have said. They want to hear the other side. So they have listened to the Aburi Accord on the long gramophone play, and they printed a shirt on Aburi We Stand. Yeah, that's really it. The Duke was made a stand on Aburi We Stand. So they printed a T-shirt on Aburi We Stand. So that started selling like hotcake. But what was happening is, as January rolled into February, there was a suspicion that Gowon was not going to carry out the implementation of Aburi. It's really a kick in the teeth. So there was, if you like, it's always good to look at outsiders' recording, not Eastern region or a Biafran person, an Igbo person. New York Times stepped in on the March 8th, 1967. They reported that Ojukwu has addressed the press meeting, about the increasing difficulty the Eastern region was having with Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, who was the federal government. Referring to the differences, he said, Ojukwu said, I cannot see us bridging seeing them bridged, the differences between the Lagos government and the Eastern government, because they're not implementing what we said. Okay, it's now 2 months. Remember, it happened in January. 2 months since the Aburi Accord, the government therefore moved, concerned about the deteriorating situation. So it was the Ghanaian government was now really getting concerned. So what was happening was that after that meeting, and implementation was not going on, so Ojukwu started stating that, look, if you're not going to carry out all that we have said, okay, it is going to be necessary for us to take alternate measures to safeguard the security and safety of our people. So when he said something like that, it became like a warning shot to Gowon. So Gowon was saying, hang on, we're going to resist any invasion. We're going to resist any secession. But no one is threatening secession. Ojukwu was saying to him, we have a problem. The people who have run away from the north, from other parts, need to be rehabilitated. You're not doing anything about it. And it's part and parcel of the agreement. So they say, well, East, if the East secede, this and that and that. So you could say the East is not going to secede, but we'll see if attacked, of course, we will defend ourselves. These are the conditions for East seceding. East will secede if there's a blockade, okay, and if physically attacked, we have every right to defend ourselves. So that is what was happening now. We're heading to tension between the Nigerian Lagos government and the Eastern region government. And I explained to you what that means. Ojukwu said in February that if by the end of March 31st, the Gowon has not started paying some money towards the rehabilitation of all these people and implement the Aburi Accord, then he, Ojukwu, will have to do something to secure his people. Okay? So, they announced that on the 31st of March, there's something called Survival Edict. Survival Edict is an important thing to understand. It means that every tax collected in the Eastern region, right, instead of paying it to Lagos, you now paid that tax to the Eastern Nigerian government, which are going to use to pay for rehabilitating people where you have extra places in schools, extra hospital requirement, all the infrastructure you need to do for the 2 million are poured into that part of the country. So it's a 6-page edict directing all federal tax collectors in the East to pay the revenues direct to the Eastern region. Gowon went berserk. So you can't do that. He blockaded the Eastern region. He sent the gunboat to blockade them so they can't transmit anything outside. They can't trade with anybody. So Ojukwu said, hang on, there are 2 ways of killing somebody. If you shoot at them, I forgot the exact quote. So if you shoot somebody, you'll be accused of murder, yes? Also, if you strangle them, you'll also be accused of murder, yes? So it says the East will secede if attacked. A physical attack, which is or an economic blockade. He said, we all know when you pick up a pistol and shoot a man, it is called murder. And equally so when you strangle him. So what Ojukwu is saying is that if you're going to strangle our trade, so that we can't trade, then we're not going to be able to survive as an entity. And I can tell you for free, before the war started, commodities like salt immediately started becoming expensive. So we're already on economic blockade before the war started. People don't know this. So Nigeria imposed a blockade in the East because Ojukwu was saying, I'm going to collect the tax in the East. I'm not going to send it to Lagos because they're not using it to help rehabilitate these people who are desperately in need of rehabilitation. So the whole thing was, if you like, it was spreading in the media. So much so, there's something called the liaison officer in international post. Every region in those days, be it North, Midwest, West, and East, you had a representative office in Washington, in America, in London. In other words, it's like your own mini embassy. So the Biafran or the Eastern region's liaison officer had to take an advert on the newspaper in the New York Times to explain the Eastern side of what was happening. Because the Americans were now accusing the Eastern region, oh, you're about to secede. You're about to secede. What is going on here? So I read you the letter in the New York Times from someone who is the liaison officer.
All right, Mazi, we need to start wrapping it up. Our time is up, and of course, next week we start the part 5. Please go ahead and round up. Thank you very much.
So this letter will help us to understand the East's position before Biafra was declared. He wrote a letter. So in a letter to the editor of the New York Times, the Eastern Region Nigeria Liaison Officer, Mr. Oji, explained his position. This is the summary of where we are before Biafra was declared. He said, Eastern Nigeria appreciates your concern over the crisis in our country. To eliminate possible misunderstanding, however, may I comment on 2 points. Your March 11th editorial referred to me as an Eastern Nigerian who represents himself as liaison officer in the United States for Ojukwu's regime. So they already started calling him a regime. I am not here for self-appointment. For 4 years, I served as consul, commercial, for the Nigerian Consul General in New York. As a Nigerian of Eastern origin, I was recently forced out of that position. He's already been kicked out as a Nigerian. Okay? Now he's representing the Eastern region. The Eastern region therefore gave me a current post. Each of the 4 regions in Nigeria had the privilege of representing abroad or promote trade and investment. Eastern Nigeria has had a representative in New York and London intermittently during the last few years. This is no different in the recent opening in New York. My office is properly registered. It is free world. We are entitled to provide information of concern and interest to the American people to make known our point of view. Here we go. A picture captioned March 10th said that Colonel Ojukwu, the military governor of Eastern Nigeria, is leading a secessionist movement. Colonel Ojukwu is not leading a secessionist movement. is attempting to lead the people of this region out of an untenable position forced on them by northern-dominated federal government. Some 30,000 Nigerians of Eastern origin were killed in the north during 1966. Some 2 million Eastern Nigerians were forced to flee other sections of the country and seek safety and protection in their home region. There is little understanding of the awesome burden placed on the Eastern region to provide housing, jobs, security for these people, whose presence has expanded the population by 17%. And there is little understanding of the indifference of the federal government to their problem. The situation demands a reallocation of revenues between the regions and the federal government. Accordingly, Colonel Ojukwu and his government of the region met in Aburi, Ghana in January, negotiated agreement which, among other things, provide for a study of revenue to reallocation of the finance secretaries of the region and the federal government. The Eastern region has been calling for such meeting of the finance secretaries, but the federal government have not acted. Only the implementation of the Aburi Agreement can save the Nigerian Federation. This is the fight Colonel Ojukwu is leading, not his secessionist movement. So that was the, if you like, the situation where we are at the moment. Because of the reneging of the signing at Aburi, Nigeria faced a situation where the East had to decide what to do next. Okay? So the next time we talk about it is the declaration of Biafra. I think I've been able to lay bare where we started and how we got to where we are. So whereby Colonel Ojukwu at that time, then and Gowon were not singing from the same hymn sheet any longer. They were no longer compatible because Ojukwu was saying one thing, Gowon was insisting on certain things being done. And as a result, Ojukwu was going to ask the representative of Eastern Nigeria to tell him what to do. So they called the chiefs and elders, 300 of them turned up, and they voted with their feet that we have been kicked out of Nigeria. Let's go it alone and declare Biafra. So he got the mandate, and Biafra was declared. Nigeria invaded on the 6th of July 1967, and you have Biafra, Nigeria war. Thank you very much for listening.
Stunning. Awesome. All right. Next week, Friday, if God permits, and of course, if your time permits, we're looking at part 5. So what should we be expecting Biafran History part 5?
I will think about it. It will be the declaration of Biafra.
Absolutely. All right.
And why Biafra was declared. I've given you all it's purely for security. It's a safe haven from all the killings. And then, but we haven't declared that you then have to defend your right. And that's what happened. And from there, we lead to humanitarian crises that made Biafra a conscience of the world.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate your time once again. And of course, if God's saving us and sparing us, we're looking forward to part 5 next week. Thank you, and God bless.
Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right. That was Dr. Justice Okachi Lois, of course, giving us History 101, Biafran History Part 4, and we are looking for Part 5. This is going to be an archive because our children must know. They must learn. He was talking about Kanjidan. Can you believe when I was in primary school, they were shoving down this Kanjidan in my mouth, telling me about Kanjidan. I have no clue what the hell is Kanji. And today, there we go. But nobody was telling me about Aburi. Nobody was telling me about the killings in Kanu Airport. Nobody was telling me everything about us. But today, it has been laid bare in the open, and we know who we are. And of course, we must restore Biafra. All right, that has been Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu. Of course, led and read by Dr. Justice Okachi Lois.
This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered.
All right, thank you very much, great Biafrans. And of course, this is where we are going to leave it tonight. It has been indeed an intriguing one. It has been a beautiful one indeed. And I thank our brother, Dr. Justice, for giving us this in-depth history. My goodness me, I've never heard it this good before. And of course, we are going to leave it here, and if God's sparing us next week, we will be back again. And of course, I want to close with this. Wherever you see Alhaji Ojo Zokalo and his co-conspirators, treat them as a non-grata in Biafra land. They have been officially declared an enemy of Biafran people. So you know what to do. Do the needful. All right. Goodbye. And may God bless Biafra. From me, from here, it is goodbye.
Let the whole wide world know Biafra is our home. Oh yeah, Biafra is our home.
A great noise will be coming from a far distance. It is a march, another march, a great march of the people, by the people, and for the people. The voice of the people must be heard when their feet begins to shake the earth. In the month of October 2022, the Biafra 1 million march in UK. We call it the March for Justice, for Love, and for Truth. The indigenous people of Biafra, United Kingdom family, invite all Biafrans, friends of Biafra, lovers of freedom, justice and fairness to the mega 2-day 1 million march in Liverpool and London on Sunday, October 16th and Monday, October 17th, 2022, respectively. 16th October for Liverpool at Anfield, the home ground of Liverpool Football Club. Of course, the team our leader Nnamdi supports. A history must be made in Liverpool because it will be the prelude to the top-flight English Premiership match between Liverpool FC and Manchester City. On 17th October 2022, being the next day, the people will march in the hearts of London from Trafalgar Square to number 10 Downing Street, then to the Commonwealth Office and Parliament Building. We shall send the strongest ever message about Biafra restoration and the demand for Ahmadike's immediate and unconditional release from the Nigeria's DSS illegal detention. Come, lend your voice to these clarion calls. Remember, this is a call for all lovers of truth, justice and fairness, irrespective of your race, and not just members of IPOB, nor I love IPOB. See your faces in the places. No retreat, no surrender. Come one, come all. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Free Biafra. This information is coming to you from the Office of All State Media Worldwide of IPOB. Signed, IPOB Family, United Kingdom, under the leadership of the People's Leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Therefore, the only election that makes sense in our place right now in Biafra land is a referendum. When we achieve a referendum, then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have a just society to be able to do that. You have to be able to have people that are ready to receive the opportunity and want to participate to make their life better. You don't have that right now. What is Peter Obi going to do with millions of Aramajiris? How is he going to control the military? How is he going to control all the terrorist groups from the north? The banditries, Mieti Allah, Fulani Herdsmen, that are the fourth most deadliest terrorist group in the world by Global Watch on terrorism. And Saru, Al-Shabaab. How is an Igbo president going to control these terrorist groups? How is that going to happen? So the first thing is to secure our life first, before anything else. And the only way to do that is through a referendum. You have to be alive to participate in an election. Right now, our struggle has gone beyond economies. It's gone beyond a way of life. We are fighting for self-preservation at this time. Self-preservation. We're fighting to stay alive. And every Biafran should be able to see that. If you do not see that, it's either you're nonchalant, you don't care, or you're desperately wicked. One or the other. There is no other explanation. Thank you.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are. On the face of this very planet we call Earth, we welcome you to hopefully another expositorily explosive broadcast this very evening. I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, because I do know that people are listening to us right across the entire 24 time zones on this very planet. If you don't have your pen and paper ready, you will be doing yourself a great disservice. We have come here to lecture, we have come here to enlighten, we have come to tutor, we have come to debate, we have come to exchange ideas and views, we have come that we may become better people, we have come that the freedom of Biafra, freedom for Duduwa, freedom even for HAUSA, freedom for the Middle Belt may become a reality in our time, given the inevitable precipitous collapse of the damnable zoological republic. We have come that we may bear witness to the everlasting kindness of the Most High Chukwukika. We have come that Biafra may be ushered in our time. We have come that those who have been enslaved, held down in bondage, may be set free. This evening I welcome each and every one of you. I do recognize, of course, that for some of you it could be your morning, it could be your afternoon, and to some of you even, it may be your night. But all of you are listening, the whole world is listening anytime we are on air. If you go to Abuja now, there is silence everywhere. People are listening rapturously and attentively to this very gospel. Because here we speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Here when we appear, darkness flee. Here, when we speak the truth, it reverberates right around every corner of this zoological republic. When we speak on this very platform, the whole world takes notice because they know we are not relenting, they know we are ceaseless, they know we are determined, and they know that Biafra must come in our time. I welcome you from the bottom of my heart, and as I do so, I will also encourage you to welcome those who are around you, especially those that have speaker systems, those who are making it possible for other people to be able to listen to this very broadcast. And as I am coming on air, of course, because there are some breaking news which I will go into immediately after finish my introduction. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. And by the very special grace of Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, we are going to go into our program today. Should time permit us, we may go slightly interactive. But for now, let us commit all that we are doing, and all that we intend to do into the hands of the Most High. The same Tamona that our ancestors used to worship, Olisa Benigwe, we must pray. Today I am going to pray in English because I know a lot of people are listening, and we must do the best we can to commit all that we are unto the hand of the Most High Elohim. Let us pray. Our Lord, our God, our Father Almighty, who art in heaven, in the past you have delivered your people from the hands of the Janjaweed. They came into the land of Biafra to pillage and to conquer. 300 years ago they came with their armies. We had nothing. We had no army then. You were our army. And you halted them at the plains of Idomaland. You returned them to Zaria from whence they came in defeat, depleted and in shame. You afflicted pestilence upon them. You sent down swarms of fly to invade their camps and inflict them with sleeping sickness. That very Janjaweed army was destroyed. But in this day and in this age, this 2020, they have come again. They have taken over 400 of our villages. Our so-called traditional rulers are now giving land to people who do not mean well for us. Our politicians have capitulated. Our public commentators have turned to traitors. But we have thee and only thee. Because you have made Biafra the head of nations, insofar as sub-Saharan Africa is concerned. Because you proclaim to us that even a people that we do not know will come to pay us homage. As soon as they hear our voice, they will obey us. They will submit to us. All the criminal elements shall fade away. Even those who are frightened away because of the truth that we preach will emerge from the hideouts, because you are Elohim, and you live forever. For blessed be thy holy name. Let this God of our salvation be exalted, because it is you who avenge for us. It is you who are fighting for us. Because as they descend down in the land of Biafra with their army, their police, with their Fulani terrorists, O Heavenly Father, so are you decimating their populations in the Sahel. As they come to kill our fathers and their mothers, today they are burying their own fathers and their own mothers. Because it is only thee that avenge us. All those who come after us shall be subdued. You have delivered us from the hands of our enemies. You have lifted us up right above everything that our enemies could ever muster. You have delivered us from the very violent man. For today, Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Abachari that came after him is also dead and buried in a shallow grave somewhere that is unknown, because we know that whoever was buried in Abuja was not Abachari, because the person was bleeding profusely from the head. Therefore, we shall give thanks to thee, even among unbelievers, even among those who bow down before graven image. Because in the land of Biafra, we shall worship thee and only thee. And I proclaim it loud and clear. There will be no worship of idolatry, no graven image in the land of Biafra, because it is your holy land. You blessed it. And we shall sing praise unto your holy name. You will deliver us from the hands of our enemies, and you will show us mercy. Because only the anointed IPOB to lead this very charge of freedom. And unto our children and their children and their children's children, until the end of time, as long as there is a Biafran on this very earth, Heavenly Father, your name shall be exalted, it shall be praised, it shall be honored, now and forevermore we pray. He said, before I go any further, I want to read out a breaking news we are getting today. I am reading out this very news for Zoo newspapers and the proprietors of television houses and newspapers. I am reading out this piece of information for the benefit of the British High Commission. I am reading it out for the benefit of United Nations mission to Nigeria, to Nigeria as a matter of fact. I am also reading this very news out for the EU to take note. I am reading it out for all men and women of goodwill, all people of good conscience, to bear us witness when the time comes, because the provocation is becoming unbearable. We have not done anything to these people. We are not armed. We are not agitating violently. All we are doing is to propagate this very gospel of redemption in truth and in every honesty. But from left and from right, our enemies are conspiring with our conquerors, so to speak. Those who have come from the Sahel to do us harm. Those who have come to Islamize us. Those who have come to colonize our land. People due to, should I say, political patronage. People in search or in want of money. People who are looking for relevance. All these criminal elements have combined together to serve the interest of the Janjaweed Fulani in our land. And this very evening there is a man called Ezedeni Sihani. Ezedeni Sihani. From Isiaga village in Oshioma, local government area, in Aba, the very strongest base of Biafra anywhere on this planet is Aba. This man connived with the Janjaweed that he's serving. He's a Fulani agent, because we received information this evening that the zoo police, without warning and without provocation, came with their Hilux vans. They came into our land. They came into our meeting ground in Isiahia zone in Aba, in Abia Central Senatorial Zone, and have arrested many IPOB family members, including some women as well, without provocation. These are people who are putting Boko Haram and their terrorist groups through schools, giving them everything. Governors in the north are paying bandits, they call them. These are Fulani terrorists. But in our own land, a traditional ruler is inviting Fulani police to come and arrest our people. And the police came and they arrested. I am sure that the whole world can bear us witness all these catalogue of provocations, arrest after arrest, killing after killing. We've all kept quiet, playing the good people, playing the children of God, playing to some extent those that say so, playing this script of being very peaceful. We've been doing it. They've been provoking us. So I want the UK government to listen very carefully. I know the UN is also in Abuja. I also know for sure that the US government is in Abuja as well, the US mission to the zoo, Nigeria. You are all there and some of you are listening this very evening. We have not done anything to the police. You can see all the provocations. I am also sure that proprietors of newspapers in the zoo are aware of what is going on. We have not done anything to these people. We are holding our meetings quietly and in peace. And the Fulani-controlled Nigerian police will come into the venue of our meetings to arrest people. It is from this man, Eze Dennis Ihani. He is the one that arranged it. Do you see how our land is breathing? As one brother wrote 2 weeks ago, he said that there are saboteurs everywhere, there are traitors everywhere. But there is one unique thing about an Igbo traitor. That an Igbo traitor is mad. There is an infusion of madness into the treachery of an Igbo man. When an Igbo man decides to be a traitor, there is something unique about it. Other people are, of course, they betray their own people, but not as should I say, not as damaging as obtains in Igbo land. This man is actually a traditional ruler and is given land to Fulani. A traditional ruler, but he wants to bring in Fulani to our land to take us over. A traditional ruler. Maybe his children will benefit. Perhaps in the next 2 or 3 generations, his family will produce the first emir of Osisioma. They came, they arrested people. He invited them and SARS to arrest our members. People will not talk. Those who will call me behind the scenes to say, oh, please calm down. Don't insult elders. They won't see this now. They won't hear it. When our own madness starts, they will start looking for who to call. This very man, if you know him, you tell him, and I'm saying it so that the whole world can hear. I'm giving him till 6 p.m. tomorrow for the release of all those people, or else you people will hear his story. The same way you'll be hearing the story of people of the so-called cult in Oba. So shall you hear the story of this man, Dennis Ihani, because enough is enough. This nonsense is too much. We will now begin to set example with these people. That thing that will happen in the year 2025 and when it happened in 2020. That thing that will happen, let it happen. Let all the idiots who will come to phone me to tell me, oh, please take it easy. They are elders, all this rubbish. Tell this fool, this is the Dennis Ihani, that I am going to set an example with him. And I will damn the consequences. I will damn the consequences. And I will deal with this idiot. I will deal with him. That he may know that all of you stupid idiots giving land to the Janjaweed may learn. Start in Aba, you are now running all over the arresting. Now that you're provoking us, all the newspapers in the zoo, Nigeria, they're all quiet. Nobody's saying anything. Provocation after provocation. Fulani, they come into our land, they go to our forest, they rape our mothers, they abduct our daughters, they build their settlement. Nobody's talking. Everybody's silent. You've all gone deaf and dumb. The day I give the order and you rise up, you start complaining, you start grumbling, you start complaining. But now you're doing all these things, nobody wants to take note. Go and tell this Eze Dennis Ihani, anywhere he is seen, he's in very big trouble. Let him surround his place with all the Fulani Janjaweed in the whole world. And I'm warning every traditional ruler in Biafra land, I don't give a damn who you are. Once you invite Fulani into your community from today onwards, you are a gunner. From today. All of you selling land to Fulani, when I mean Biafra land, I mean all the way from Ewante to Bakassi. From Ogoja, all the way to Obobo. We are not leaving any stone unturned. I am warning you tonight, any village we find a Fulani settlement, the traditional ruler of that village, the PG of that village will be in very serious trouble. This nonsense is, I think, because we allowed every idiot is now looking for money, looking for way to survive, and you think by selling your people to the Fulani is how best to do it. This very idiot is Dennis Ihani. You are a dead man walking. I'm saying it to the whole world. So everybody, I don't care what idiots say. I don't care what you make of it. When they come into our land and they rape our mothers and cut our daughters into pieces, you say nothing. It is our responsibility to defend our own people. And we know all their games. this idiot is going to be in very serious trouble. That I can assure you. When it happens, you know I told you so. All of you, from today, we are going to catalog all those 400 villages where there are Fulani settlements, all their traditional rulers and their president general. You are all in trouble, all of you. Those you criminals, you want to sell our land to Fulani, so Fulani will come and take over our ancestral land, the land of the Asians. The land of the Asians. You want them to come to our land and take it over. And when we are holding our meeting, you call SARS to come and arrest us. A traditional in our land. In our own land. I think this nonsense is too much. It is too much. And he's in very serious mess. I gave him till 6 p.m. tomorrow for the release of everybody arrested. Everybody they arrested. Everybody. And I need the name of the SARS commander in our band. Get me the idiot's name. Get me the name of the idiot. The SARS commander in our band. I want his name. So when I'm dealing with him, people will know it's Nnamdi that gave the order. Give me the name of the SARS idiot in our bar that led those people, those idiots to go and arrest our men and women in our bar today. So I can show him what we're made up of. Is it because we keep him quiet? Every idiot will come and arrest and go free. I need the name of that very SARS, the SARS commander in our bar. I need the idiot's name. I want the zoo to record what I'm saying as they always do. Send it to America, send it to Capitol Hill, send it to London, send it to Berlin, send it to all those we send it to. Any idiot that comes into our land to kill our people, that idiot will die. For your information. Send what you go and send it out to everybody. Because we keep quiet. You idiots keep encroaching and you keep arresting, you keep shooting, you keep cutting us with your knife and your machete, and we keep quiet. And the more we keep quiet, the more you do it. The more we keep quiet, the more you do it. 6 p.m. tomorrow, if you know this idiot that calls himself a traditional ruler. 6 p.m. tomorrow. If our people are not out, then he will be in a very serious mess. We must continue. We are live and we are direct, of course, and the whole world is listening to us because they know here we preach the truth. Everything we say comes to pass. Anything I tell you is gospel. If I tell you Buhari is dead and buried, he is dead and buried in Saudi Arabia. You can dance around with your stupidity all you like. You can mess yourselves up all you like. The truth is constant. It doesn't change. Eventually, everything will be revealed. Now, are some of you not beginning to wake up? Are you not waking up now to the realization that there is no way you can have a head of state in power in Asorok and all the nonsense that has been happening will keep happening? It is impossible. That is something that you must know. That is something that you must know. These are the things you ought to know, and here we are making it abundantly clear that everything we say is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There is no way anybody, any human being, any soul can contradict any assertion we make on this very platform. Impossible. Impossible. There is a meeting holding in Trinidad and Tobago. I did promise Agent to Chukwu Carlo that I will give him a call, but it hasn't been possible. There is a meeting of IPOB in Trinidad and Tobago today. The Fulefus thought they can take any part of this world from us. The idiots thought they can take Trinidad and Tobago. But today our family is there. Today IPOB, the authentic, it is there in Trinidad, and we're having our meeting this very evening in Trinidad and Tobago. All of you Biafrans there, tell your relatives who are in Trinidad and Tobago to look for our brother Jindu Chukwu Carlo, because we're having a meeting there this very day. The zoo is a country of liars, deceivers, cowards, and betrayers, and it is now coming to the fore. This is a place where Boko Haram will go and blow up people, terrorists, Fulani. They will go and blow up people in churches. They go to marketplaces, they blow up people, they go to IDP camps, they kill people, they rape, they abduct. Leah Shwaibu is still missing. And so are many other girls as well. What do? The only country in the world where they pamper terrorists. They not only pamper them, they integrate them into the army and into the police to continue that reign of terror. But only this time officially with zoo army uniform and zoo police uniform. Are you following? And no mayor in the north, no governor in the north. In fact, they even pay these terrorists on a monthly basis. None of them would dare go to the police because they know the consequences. But in our land, because we are very peaceful, oh, respect elders and all that rubbish. You can see the consequences. These are the idiots you want us to respect. This particular Eze, you know what you want us to respect, yes? His name is Eze Dennis Ihanye. These are the idiots, the fools you want us to respect. Because some of you don't reason very well. Your brains are not correct. It is this type of nonsense that brought 400 Fulani Janjaweed settlements in our land. Yet you don't learn. Repentant Boko Haram inducted into the army. That is why it's trending everywhere. To get when people say Buhari, I feel sorry for them. The mask wearer with 2 ears, or whoever is going to. Now the zoo is run by a mask, a Buhari hyper reality latex rubber mask. Anybody wearing it at any time is the president of Nigeria. If you give it to a little girl to wear, that little girl becomes the commander-in-chief in Nigeria. These are people that claim they went to school. All those morons in the zoo that claim they went to school. All of them. All of them. All of them. They don't know nothing. You are in a country, you claim you're fighting insurgency, you're fighting terrorism. One day you come out and you say to us, 602 repentant Boko Haram terrorists formally joined the Nigerian military. There are some things that it is. I don't know. I have preached this thing so much about the stupidity of black people, but I think those of you in Nigeria, you Nigerians, you are taking it a little bit a notch higher up, I should say. There is something about the way Nigerians do something that is very, very troubling. Terrorists, they kill people, they murder, they rape, they pillage. You're granting them amnesty, putting them through school, and not just discharging them, but putting them in the army, giving them guns, bullets, grenades, and everything. So that thing they were doing before illegally, you are now trying to legalize it for them. Are you following? This is happening in a country you claim has a living president, or even living. I don't know what they've done with Osibanjo. Only heaven knows. And every day people get up in the morning and they pretend as if everything is normal. The same way we are pretending in Biafra land when a traditional ruler will go and call Fulani police for his own people. Give land to Fulani in our own hometowns, I'm telling you. Everybody keeps quiet. Every idiot, they keep quiet. As if nothing is happening. Some of you may have heard about the explosions in Abakaliki in a bunch yesterday. We are the Fulani, we are storing explosives. Go and ask Dave Mazi, he will tell you. Go and ask the army in a bunch, they will tell you. The army in Abakaliki, they will tell you. They went there themselves. This is what our traditional rulers are doing, including this idiot. Dennis Ihanye. He's a dead man walking. 602 Boko Haram freed. They took an oath of allegiance. That oath that some of you don't like. IPOB always talking about oath. They took oath to serve the zoo, to kill many more people, to advance the Fulani Janjaweedism, to advance the Fulanization agenda, to advance Islam and dip the Quran in the Atlantic. That is their game plan. Forget all the nonsense they have done. They have bought over most of the very big consultancy firms abroad. So that when you go and you're telling them what is happening in your village, they say, nobody say, it's farmer header clash. It's farmer header clash. Can you see what they're doing? Tell me any country in the world where there are sensible people with brain in their skull that will allow such travesty of justice. Such it is an insult and a slap on the faces of those who have endured the worst that these animals have to dish out to them. You're telling me you have a president? And you're telling me a terrorist. He claimed he came into office to fight terrorists before he died. You're telling me that those ruling in his name Today, you kill somebody, and as a reward, they give you accommodation, they give you money, they give you uniform, everything. They now put you in the army. So now, the quickest way to join the Nigerian army is not to go to Nigerian Defense Academy, it's not to apply like another person. Just pick up a gun, start killing people in the name of Boko Haram, and they will arrest you. And lo and behold, after 6 months, you are now a commissioned officer in the zoo army. Is that how human beings behave? Do you see why I worry for black people? And I will ask you again, is that how normal human beings behave? Can you show me anywhere else on the face of this planet Earth where terrorists are being recruited en masse into the national army? Is there any other place on this very earth? There is no other place, because you are animals, you are in a zoo. You people are not human beings, you are animals in a zoo created by the British to house the very world that Africa has to offer, which is Nigeria. Nigerian military commanders have now fully integrated the repentant 602 Boko Haram fighters into the army after they took an oath of allegiance to the Federal Republic of the Zoo, Nigeria, in Borno State capital, Maiduguri. Under a program known as Operation Safe Corridor, Boko Haram fighters are now being granted amnesty if they lay down their arms. As part of the program, hundreds of them are being recruited into the military, where it is believed that their knowledge of the terrain will assist the Zoo army in defeating Boko Haram. Have you heard of such people before in your life? Have you heard of such nonsense before in your entire life? Not as part of a comprehensive peace treaty or arrangement with Boko Haram, but you take, oh my goodness. Now, do you see, you bring in 602 terrorists into the army, so that when the likes of that helicopter pilot, the Yoruba girl, will now fly a combat mission, come back, they will kill her in the barracks. Who are the people killing normal soldiers in the barracks? Are they not Boko Haram? You can't go and kill their comrades and you come back to the barracks and they will let you go scot-free. Of course not, they will kill you. That is why they are killing normal, sensible, loyal officers in the barracks across the damnable zoological republic. They are bringing in terrorists. Have you heard of such rubbish before? But it is you. That is what makes them who they are. The damnable zoological republic. They are animals, they cannot reason. Every Nigerian, once you're a Nigerian, you cannot reason. You are an animal. Your brain cells are not complete. That can never be, because you can't reason very well. In a country where you induct terrorists into the army, have you heard of such crap before? Instead of you to kill them or to jail them for life, you commission them to become officers in the army, only in the zoo. And some idiots will ask me, why do you want Biafra? What utter garbage. As a result of this, some people are now calling for the arrest of the mask wearer. But I said to them, that is a far more difficult approach to adopt. The simplest thing you can do to end your misery and your pain and your suffering in the zoo is only to unmask the idiot, Aisha's boyfriend, the idiot with 2 ears, is to take away the mask, and all your problems will be solved. The problem of Boko Haram will be solved. The problem of destruction will be solved. The problem of poverty will be solved. The problem of primitivity and idiocy will be solved. The problem of Fulani mediocrity, both in politics, in governance, and in economics, will come to an end. Your lives will change for the better. Why are you bothering asking the mask wearer they call Buhari to resign, when there is a simple, safe, quick way to end this misery for everybody? We have zoo people who have an opinion, they complain all the time. All they do is to complain, they do nothing. They come to social media and they rant their hearts out. They do nothing. After ranting, they do nothing. They appear on television, they talk the talk, and they cannot walk the walk. They do nothing. People are still dying, people are still suffering, people are still living in poverty, people are still being beheaded every blessed day. Our villages have been taken over by the Janjaweed. The traitors are everywhere. All we do is people just complain. After complaining, they do nothing. Ordinary Mali. Ordinary Mali. If I'm not mistaken, people were protesting on the streets. Do you know why? Because they said their president cannot tackle the insecurity. They came out to protest. But you zoo animals, you cannot protest. When you call for a revolution, you see people who should know better asking for the arrest of those who are calling for a revolution. I don't know the type of schools they go to. I don't know the type of orientation they may have had, either at home or during their formative years. I have no idea. But there is something wrong. Believe you me, the black man is backwards, both intellectually and mentally. As a group, not as an individual, because you may find some individual brilliance here and there. As a group, as a collective, we are absolutely hopeless, and the whole world knows that. That is why we are the lowest of the low. But even at that, when you come into a cesspit of corruption and ineptitude like sub-Saharan Africa, the way an average animal behaves in the zoo is deplorable. By animal, I mean a Nigerian. Somebody who comes from a Niger area is a Nigerian. You have somebody wearing a mask. All of you know that there is nobody with a hole in his neck. The whole world over, there is no president alive with a hole in his neck. They see that the hole is as a result of the mask that Jubril was wearing in Cuba. They know that Jubril is no more. They know that this president cannot come out to address anybody. He cannot give any live press interviews. He cannot speak Fulfude, which is the Fulani language, native language that the dead Buhari was speaking. You know all these things. Don't pretend you don't know. You know them. You complain, and then you do nothing. Typical Zulu people. Typical. That was how only Abacha held the whole people to ransom. Who put an end to Abacha? It was a Biafran, an Igbo man, Alex Yekweme. He formed the G36. He fought Abacha to a standstill. True or false? The Abacomas of this world. True or false? Chinedu was on exile. Is that true or false? Am I lying? You people now have. It's not that it is the original Buhari. I will know it is not. It is somebody they gave to Aisha. Aisha's boyfriend wearing a mask. You can see the two ears. You can see it very clearly. One underneath the mask and one outside. You can see it. You people are not blind. Even if you're blind, you're not that stupid. You can see it very well. So why bother asking for the arrest of the mask? Because if you say arrest Buhari, you go to the grave in Saudi Arabia and arrest him. He's a skeleton. Just take off the mask, that's all, and it's over. All of you complaining now, all of you now know that there is nobody there. I've been telling you since 2017. Now you know there's no one there. Take away the mask and all your problems in the zoo are over. All you do is have opinion, you complain, you write. Expose Aisha's boyfriend and it's game over. For the looters. Look at the fool and he's looting you dry every day. All you can do is to complain. This is too much, oh. What you're passing through is too much, oh. Oh dear. Any day you people collectively remove that mask, all the Fulani terrorist killings will stop. Miyetti Allah killings and kidnapping of children and the slaughter of Christians in southern Kaduna will stop. This nonsense about recruiting Boko Haram into the army will stop. Corruption will stop. You will have your restructuring. The revolution that some people have been calling for and ending up in jail as a result of will become a reality. Because the world can now see the zoo. Stop complaining, we are suffering, let's do something. When you know there is no president, that was how God made it. It is the easiest way for you to be free. Expose the fact that there is nobody inside that rock. That is the truth before God and man. They know it. They know this very well. Now that Abakari is there, don't you know that have you now come to believe that he was a de facto president? They wrote it. He was the de facto president. What is wrong with all of you in the zoo? What is wrong with it? Is it because it's coming from IPOB, from me, Nnamdi Kanu? Is that why there is this, hesitance, so to speak, in terms of coming out and exposing the mask wearer? He cannot speak. Jonathan went to see him. Jonathan spoke before he went in. Jonathan came out alone and spoke. Is that how people do visit courtesy call? Is it not you go to see somebody, then you have a joint press interview? Is that not how it is done everywhere in the world? Jonathan went to see him alone. Jonathan came out alone. All we saw was videos, no speaking, no, it wasn't even audible. Videos and pictures. And all of you, 200 million people we are led to believe. You see these things every blessed day. Every blessed day you see this junk. Every day, Photoshop after Photoshop, doctored videos after doctored videos. You have a president in the middle of a pandemic worldwide, cannot address you, cannot call the media and have a media roundtable. And you want me to respect you as a Nigerian. Of course, it's not going to happen. It won't happen. On top of that nonsense, look at the people they are releasing and putting into the army. I want Britain to know, because I know Britain, they are playing God, they are God, they created Nigeria. How can a bunch of niggers come and destroy it? They are playing God. Only God can create a nation, but Britain came and created you people, you animals in the zoo, and you accepted it. That is what makes you an animal. Accepting what another man created. They are there, they are the ones remote controlling everything, they are the ones controlling the levers of power in the zoo. The same Boko Haram that they are releasing and putting in the army, they executed 5-8 workers. So now what you're telling me is, tomorrow now, the same people that executed 8 workers will be in the Nigerian army. What is their qualification? The only qualification you need now to join the Nigerian army is to go and kill people. And you're telling me that Nigerians are normal people, these you Nigerians, that you're okay in the brain, that your brains are normal? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? You Nigerians, are you normal? Of course you're not normal and can never ever be. Can never ever be. Suspected members of the extremist Boko Haram sect. This is a newspaper from the zoo. This is Premium Times. Even Premium Times do not want to call Boko Haram a terrorist group. Can you believe that? It's a Fulani-owned newspaper. They set up with your tax, with all your money from Biafra land. For free, as they do with the bureau de change. Have you ever wondered why? Anytime you want to change money, you have to go to a malam that didn't go to school. Where did malam get dollars from? Do you people reason at all? That malam from Central Bank on phone call. Come on, give them dollars. You will give them dollars. Every day you're struggling. One Nigerian, one nigger in a zoo. They can't even call them terrorist group. They cannot mention Boko Haram and terrorism in the same sentence, no. They executed their victims, 8 workers, working for non-governmental organizations. They released a video. These are the people being recruited into the army. And somebody is telling me that you Nigerians, you zoo animals, you're normal. Of course you're not, you cannot be normal. You know, when I push you, I'll show you where to land. People say, oh, why do you call Nigeria a zoo? Why don't you have regard for people of Nigeria? I say to them, because they don't reason like human beings. They don't behave or act like normal human beings. Impossible. Something that, if you go ask your typical Nigerian about Mali, they will put Mali down. They are nothing. They are backwards. We are the giant of Africa. We are the giant fools of Africa. But in Mali, they can demonstrate and call for the resignation of the president. But all of you, all you can do it is on Twitter and Facebook, hashtag. Can you come out on the street? Of course not. You can't. And when people summon the courage that some of majority of you don't have and come out on the street, you start to disparage them. You start to castigate them. A typical black baboon. That is the way they are. Now you execute 8 workers and all of a sudden you are recruited into the Nigerian army. That is the best way for you to get going in life. If you want to succeed in life, go and kill and straight into the army. That is the trade-off. Execute somebody straight off, you're into the Nigerian army, and tomorrow you become a major general. You know they are quota general in this zoo. This is what I've been trying to explain to sensible people. I'm sure there are a few sensible people scattered across the zoo. This is what I've been trying to get you to understand. That the longer you remain in this union, this is going to be, can you imagine you go, you execute people, you come back, you now join the army? And meanwhile, there's no president, and there's no vice. And I am strongly believing that something terrible has happened to Sibajo. Have you seen him? You have not seen the president and there's no vice. All you hear every day is looting. 4.4 trillion, 8.9 trillion. Every blessed day. Who is looting? Fulani. Who is persecuting? Fulani. Or their lackeys from the south. People wake up and they say, I am a Nigerian. I feel sorry for them. Let's listen to what this man, some of you, it's gone viral, our people in the good people of Nigeria International posted it. I'm sure you've seen all of it. I want to play it again so you will hear that I said every time I say something, you see Efulefu, traitors, all these people born under the bridge, all these idiots, their father has no fixed address, giving birth after the war. Fathered by the Janjaweed before, during, and after the war. Hear this man. These are the PDPs, I call them the heavyweights, the so-called intellectuals. They're lightweight. Now they're waking up. I posted one other boy who is a Buharist on my page. Go and hear them. Everybody is now waking up. The man there is no longer, is not Buhari, not the man we voted for. But when I told you in 2017, they came to kill me, you were hailing Buratai for coming to Isiama Faruku to assassinate me with a battalion of soldiers. Do you see how a black man reasons? The problem I keep saying all over the world is that I don't believe in racism. I've said it before, I don't believe in racism because black people are getting the treatment all over the world that we deserve. We don't reason like normal human beings. No, we don't. Individually we may, but as a group, as a collective, no, we don't. I told you that I don't lie. Why should I? I told you in 2017, July if I'm not mistaken, that thing there is not Buhari. They said you can kill Nnamdi Kanu. Go and kill him. They came to my house, they killed my people. They killed my dog. As a result of the trauma, my father and my mother died as a result of it. Because I told you the truth. Because of that, I had to lose 28 of my men. I lost my cousin Adako. My dog was killed. And later, after about 2 years or thereabout, my mother and my father died as a result of the trauma because they were there. And they came into their bedroom. If you go to anybody who's been to my house, go to my parents' bedroom, you will see it. Bullet holes everywhere. My father and my mother were there as they were shooting. Fulani people. They came to kill because I told you the truth. Today, what is happening? Let's hear what is happening. That truth I told that they wanted to kill me because of it. Let us hear what the people are now making of it. Please, do bear with me. Listen.
Well, the fight of this government against corruption has been based primarily on rhetoric. The real thing on the floor, just as I'm telling you, we're talking about small NDDC. What about the new hush mommy at Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs spending around 50 billion? 50 billion, she says, feeding children who were supposed to be at home during lockdown.
Somebody spent 850 billion on what is called school feeding program. This is where I fault the brain of India. I don't know why Britain chose the perfect place to build a zoo in Africa. The largest zoo in the whole world. It's in Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth. So do you know what I find astonishing? People in the zoo, they claim they went to school. Some of them are under anointing. They claim they are pastors, they are reverend, they are ministers and all that rubbish. Some claim they're intellectuals, they're the elite, that they are well read. Others aren't quite schooled enough. They're all there. A Fulani woman rose up and said, I have spent 850 billion naira on school feeding program. But at the same time, listen, at the same time there is COVID-19, and as you well know, the first places to be shut down are the schools, isn't it? The schools are not in operation. People are no longer going to work. So where did you see the children you spent 850 billion on? Nobody can answer. And she's still holding her portfolio till tomorrow morning. She was the girlfriend of Abakari before Abakari died. Are you following? This is a country, you want me to believe there are sensible human beings walking with two legs, not chimpanzees. And after, do you think that white people don't read all these things? Whites, they read them. They read, and when they read it, they see that we are useless. I'm telling you the truth. You spent 850 billion, not 850 million, no. Not 850,000, no. Not 850 naira, no. 850 billion on school feeding program when there are no children in schools to feed. That's what it's talking about. Let's continue.
Go and ask anybody you know, Shehu, in your house. How many of the poor people you know in your village got 10 naira from that 850 billion? We don't know. We're hearing about how our oil was sold in China for $2.5 billion.
Oil was sold for $2.5 billion. The simple question everybody will ask is, but where is the money? Okay, the money is in the bank accounts in Switzerland, in London, in New York, and in Dubai, of Fulani men and women. They sell the oil and they pocket the money. But they have to fight corruption. And there are 200 million people moping, looking sheepishly as all this macabre dance of corruption is being played out in front of them. Let's listen.
And money shared among members of the government. What you're talking about, those people who now migrated, Okonji Iweala and the man at the African Development Bank, those are products of the PDP's headhunting strategy of finding the best. Who can you talk about in this current government? Nothing. Everybody in this government are competing to outdo each other in terms of corruption. This is what we're saying. A house is not a home if nobody lives inside it. I cannot say President Buhari exists as Nigerian president.
I cannot say President Buhari exists as Nigerian president. Exists. He knows. They all know, but they're deceiving themselves.
If he's not seen to be acting to actually steer properly the ship of state. That's why the PDP say, resign instead of people stealing and patronizing our commonwealth in your name. Don't just exist there as a referee inside the field and there is no whistle in your hand. That way, it's just a mess in a football team. Please, President Buhari, leave, walk away, and let us take purpose to sort our country well.
Yeah, we have to. We have to. Are you listening? He's asking Aisha's boyfriend to resign to walk away. They know there's nobody there. Are you telling me that the old dictator, the evil Buhari, will be alive and you ask him to leave office? Is he going to listen to you? Is he going to listen to you? Of course not. But these people are deceiving themselves. They are deceiving themselves and they know it. Everybody is fooling everybody, all of them, and they know it. They know there is nobody inside Aso Rock. They know it very clearly and very well. They know it. They know there is nobody there. But instead of them to come out and face the reality and say there is nobody in Aso Rock, what do they do? They say, please resign. Please resign. Resign and go to where? Resign to where, I ask you. Resign and go to where? Then I will get to Malami later. But I want you to please, there is something else I want you to hear. Very, very critical and very, very important. For you to understand the mess that the people are in. They know the truth. They keep dancing around it. They keep skirting around it. People keep pretending they don't know the truth, but they know it. Instead of them to speak that truth and for that truth to set them free, they keep hiding and talking rubbish every blessed day. What is that rubbish they are talking? It is this very one. They know that Buhari doesn't exist.
Is it right
Listen.
for your party to say that this government is covering up corruption and ask for the president's resignation? Is that right? Yes. It's very correct. We had Goodluck Jonathan administration. Today we have Muhammadu Buhari administration.
On paper.
Borrowing the word of the former grass cutter, he said, what presidency? So what we are saying is this particular presidency doesn't seem to exist.
Are you listening? He doesn't want to say that Buhari doesn't exist. That says presidency doesn't exist. Listen.
For guiding the statecraft. We cannot see Buhari. He's missing in action. That's why you've seen the hot mommy as Minister of Humanitarian Affairs saying that she spent 850 billion.
Nobody can see him. All you see him is he's like coronavirus on paper, newspaper, and TV. You can never see him as a person. You can never reference him and say, oh, there was a disaster at so place, the president was there. What does that tell you about the zoo? That some of you call a country. The zoo, Nigeria. What does that tell you about the zoo? That was how they came and they lied to all of you. Igbo man loves money. Igbo man wants to dominate you. Have you forgotten that as well? This is how they manipulate you. Igbo man loves money. Igbo man likes stealing. Igbo man this, Igbo man that. Look at Ibrahim Lamode, Ibrahim Madu, Abubakar Malami, and all the rest. Tinubu, it is a bullion van, Ganduje, all the rest of them. Are they Igbo people? Did Fulani not convince some of you that listening to me, some of you who are listening to me right now, that Igbo man loves money so much? If you see an Igbo man lying down and you jiggle a bit of coins in his ears, if he doesn't wake up, you know he is truly dead. A propaganda that they developed, embellished, and planted in your warped minds for years. Today, who is looting the treasury dry? I say, who is looting, even on that Shagari December, who is looting the treasury dry today? They are looters, but they don't love money. They have their accounts in Dubai, in Switzerland, in London, everywhere, their mansions, but they don't love money. Is an Igbo man struggling and opening a business or a factory that loves money? Do you see what I call reverse reasoning of a black man? Always in reverse. Everything we do is in reverse. People struggling, trying to make their lives better, opening small businesses and taking on people and training them. They love money. Yes, somebody working hard every blessed day, they go and they open their business, they are working very hard, they love money. But somebody who has no occupation, no handiwork, just goes into central bank and collects $2 billion, he doesn't love money. It's you that is struggling to open your chemist, struggling to open your warehouse, struggling to open your car spare part shop. You love money. But somebody with nothing in life than connection to the caliphate can walk in the central bank and walk away with $2 billion, and he doesn't love money, or she doesn't love money, or as a man called Hush Mommy doesn't love money. Yeah, is a hard-working, struggling Biafran man or woman that loves money. These are some of the nonsense we have come to correct, and they know it. The same way they lie. Igbo man is domineering. He's going to dominate you. He wants to go into Niger Delta. He wants to take over Niger Delta. Because they know, as well as the British, only an Igbo man can rise up to fight injustice. I'm not trying to put other people down. I'm being honest with you. I'm not trying to put anybody down, but that is a fact. Do you know why? All the independence in the Americas, from Haiti, Web du Bois in the USA, were led by Igbo descendants. All of them. Because an Igbo man hates injustice. That is genuine, not all this all these flavors, all these refraps, selling our land to Fulani. A genuine, pure, clean Igbo man hates injustice. That is why you can never hear that. Have you ever heard that people were attacked in Igbo land before? Without provocation. Let's say the Yoruba community or the Hausa community were attacked. We just took up and attacked them. Has it ever happened before? That tells you all you need to know. But those who tell you Igbo man is dominant, they are the ones dominating you. They are the ones bringing in Ruga. They are the ones taking over your land forcibly. They are the ones putting their own terrorists into the army to terrorize and to kill you. Yet your brains are filled with stones and pebbles. You cannot reason properly. Now, they are calling for Uche Secondu says Nigerians now citizens without government. They know there is no government. They know that very well. They know there is nobody in Asarok. Who doesn't? There is nobody there. There is nobody. If Buhari were to be alive, you will see him very angry. When Boko Haram wasn't even, they've not grown to be this horrible. He asked all the serving chiefs to go to Maiduguri to set up their base. You see him visibly angry on television talking. This little boy with the young mask is always smiling. He will wave, he will smile. He will walk with a bit of a swagger. And that's it. And you're telling me that is Buhari. Oh dear. Oh dear me. When a white man treats you very badly, don't blame him or her. A white man or white woman, because they see these things that we are seeing. If I'm a white person, or an Asian or a Latino, whatever they call them, believe you me, I will not allow black people to come close to me. After seeing what I'm saying, heaven knows I can't allow them to come close to me. There is something wrong with them. Human beings don't behave like this. How can you claim that somebody is and he has 2 ears? 2 ears, two, not one. A hole in his neck. I told them, don't bring out that thing. Any day you bring him out, we will expose you. Our own analyst is far more superior to anything that Asoro can afford. Anyhow you dress up Aisha Buhari's boyfriend as Buhari and you bring him out, we will identify the faults for you. No matter how you do it. I warned them, don't bring him out, and they brought the idiot out. And we have disgraced them. A man with 2 ears. 2 ears. All of you are just looking. I asked them, how about the hole in the neck? The Buhari, you know, did he have any hole in his neck? I am asking you journalists, Nigerian journalists, they cannot answer. Yes, somebody woke up and said, oh, I'm writing to Mr. President. President Muhammad Buhari. You know he's not there. Now listen, the national chairman of the PDP, has expressed sadness that Nigeria has become a nation whose citizens are without a government. The opposition leader said this in a media chat briefing at the party's national secretariat in Abuja on Friday. At the press briefing tagged Nigeria a free fall as corruption, insecurity engulfs our nation, the PDP chairman said it is now evident that the Buhari government has run out of propaganda with regards to the worsening situation in the country. In other words, there is no president. He is referring to them as Buhari administration. There's nobody there. They call them presidency. Presidency sends condolence message. Presidency reacts to what the first lady said. Can you believe such rubbish? Only in the zoo. And they claim they're intelligent and they claim they have something upstairs, whereas their brain is empty. Absolutely empty. Of course, I have no talk with them. These useless PDP, they're all the same. All the same. What we're asking for is for freedom, for a complete dissolution of the zoo. Because regardless of who assumes power, the corruption will continue. After all, PDP was there. The only justification for the emergence of the late Muhammadu Buhari was to fight and to tackle corruption and insecurity. Have they tackled it? No. Has it become worse? Yes. But they're still there. God in heaven has made it possible for the zoo to collapse. But the only thing holding the zoo together is greed and cowardice. Every day they cry, every day they lament, every day they complain, simple to expose the mask wearer they cannot. I remember what our sister wrote on my Facebook page as a comment. Her name is what's her name again? Her name is Jane. She said, they all know the truth about the death of Buhari. Hausas do not want to speak out so they don't lose power. As in the case of Yaradua and Fulani. Fulani don't want to come out and say Buhari is no longer there because they don't want what happened under Yaradua to happen again. The Oduduwas do not want to speak out because of Tinubu's 2023 political ambition. I'm sure that now is in tatters. And I welcome, as I keep saying all the time, this new breed, very vibrant, lively generation of Oduduwa fighting for Oduduwa Republic. I commend them immensely. Then there are the classic Igbo Eflefu, when the Baba in betrayal, this one they have PhD in treachery and betrayal. Their own saboteur comes with certificate. They don't want to speak out because of their own selfish interest. They know they cannot be president, they know they cannot do anything, but just any crumb that can fall from the master's table, they're okay with it. That's why they cannot speak. IPOB remains the only consistent movement, speaking the truth always, because we know that only this very truth can set all of us free. Let us look at the mask worn by Aisha Buhari's lover. It's also on my page in his trip to Mali. Look at it again and tell me there isn't something wrong with black African people. Animals are better than African people. I'll keep saying it loud and clear. If you cannot hear me now. I know that whites are listening. The problem with Africans is that animals are better in terms of reasoning capacity than black people. We are an unreasonable, undiscerning, and naive to a fault. I am directing aspects of our broadcast this evening to the downtrodden Hausa and other indigenous populations of the North. The so-called political class, or those of you left with a conscience, now is the time to rise up. Abacha was defeated because of the likes of Ekweme and Olisabakoba. Nadeko stood up and said no to Abacha, and Abacha fell. The same perilous situation that led people to rise up then is with us now, and we must do something about it to remove this murderously incompetent and roundly primitive Fulani presidency by dividing the zoo, by letting people go their separate ways. The situation is now worse than it was under Abacha. Abacha wasn't this way, it's now worse now than it was under Abacha. Under Abacha, there was no mass murder and the enabling of terrorists, no. As this very illegitimate regime is now doing. Only heaven knows what they have done with Osibajo and his body. All you see Osibajo's newspaper headline and videos or pictures, never live. No one can say to me now, I saw Osibajo in the last month. No one can say that. Only on the basis of newspapers, like coronavirus. For how long will you remain slaves? I ask the Hausa people. All of you who are being killed in southern Kaduna, for how long are you going to remain slaves? All of you that your land has been taken over in the Middle Belt, in Benue, in Plateau, for how long are you going to remain slaves? Is it forever? Because it's forever and ever. You know them. Look at what they did to Hausa people. All of you selling land and giving our forests to the Fulani in Biafra land. Do you want your children to remain slaves forever? Some of you don't know history. I will seriously recommend you go back and study history very well. Only heaven knows what is going to become of us. For how long are we going to allow ourselves to be killed and subjugated? For how long, I ask Hausa people? For how long, those of you in Southern Kaduna, for how long will this continue? Those of you in Jos, in Plateau, those in TV, across Middle Belt, for how long are you going to tolerate this level of slaughter and servitude? For how long? Don't you think it's time to rise up? How many are the Fulanis anyway? How many are they asking? Are you telling me that Biafra will rise up, Ududuwa will rise up, Middle Belt will rise up, and then Fulani will say no? No. All it takes is for all of us to rise up. That's all. And it's over. This charade, this game is over. It is in the palm of our hands. We have the power to do something only if we have the courage to pursue our convictions. That is what I'm asking you to do this very evening. And funny enough that Borno people rejected Boko Haram being reintegrated into the army. Borno people said no. But because there is no president, there is no vice, there is no direction, there is no compass, nobody knows where they are going. Any idiot in the field can decide whatever they like and come to a decision, and that is final. Borno people said no. Some residents of Borno State have rejected reintegration of ex-Boko Haram soldiers, fighters into the community. They said no, but the army went ahead to put them in the army. They will now post them to those villages that said no. Now tell me what's going to happen. That is why accidentally discharged. You see the army killing people. It's not army, it's Boko Haram fighters within the army killing people. I know all those are propagandists, all those are consultants writing rubbish to governments of the world. Of course, and some affiliates as well, writing to them, telling them how violent IPOB is. I hope you can now say it, how violent the Jew government is. Borno people said no. Borno said no. They don't want to be a part of this Boko Haram integration, but they still went ahead and they did it. They did it. And people are now saying, arrest him. Arrest which Buhari are you going to arrest? He's in a grave in Saudi Arabia. I think he's a gentleman called Imam of Peace, and a few of them, and Reno Mokri and a few other people, they said they have called for the arrest of President Muhammadu Buhari for releasing Boko Haram insurgents under the guise of repentant insurgents who are now killing Christians in the country. Now they know. UK claim they give military aid to the Jews. EU give them military aid to fight Boko Haram. And I said to EU, I said to the UK, I told US lawmakers, these are the same people that created Boko Haram. They don't understand. Because, you know, a white man doesn't believe that as a statesman serving his or her country, that they will now come out to try to undermine, should I say, the stability of that very society. They don't know who black people are. I think that the problem is that some white people don't understand the way that blacks behave. Sometimes we behave in a way that is detrimental to our own well-being, and we don't care. As long as we are benefiting from it, the rest of the people can go to hell. I call it the slave trade mentality of a black man. A black man sold black people to whites, not the other way around. They are asking for Buhari to be arrested because the people that are running the regime under his name are releasing killers, terrorists, and only a few days ago, the same people they claim they are rehabilitating and putting in the army, they killed and beheaded aid workers. How else do you want me to explain it before you understand? How? I keep asking you. How do you want me to explain it to you? He was reacting. Even as Secondus, as I mentioned earlier, was saying Nigeria is a free fall, and the zoo, Nigeria, is in a free fall as corruption, insecurity engulfs the animals in the zoo. The British created laboratory animals in the zoo because all of you are products of Britain. Britain created you. They own you. But what they did was to simply hand over that lease to Fulani, to say to Fulani, manage your fellow animals for us. All of you in the zoo, all of you in Nigeria, you are all British wild beasts in a cage called Nigeria. Your president, so-called, is releasing terrorists. Now you know that. And I'm asking, listen, we Biafrans are complaining. Oduduwa people are complaining. Even the Yorubas amongst them are complaining, saying, oh, we want restructuring. Middle belts are saying, oh, our land has been taken over, we are dying. Southern Kaduna, oh, they are killing us. The average man in Kanu, which I shall refer to later on, is also complaining. Why are we all complaining when we can? All we need to say, all we need to do is to rise up and say, we've had enough of this rubbish. And all the things will be over within 2 hours. But instead of that, people are considering, oh, it's our turn in 2023. Oh, let us go and fight for political office. That is what is making a mess of the whole thing, and that is why we are suffering. Has it stopped the Fulani man from using terrorism and the recruitment of terrorists into the armed forces to intimidate all of you in submission? Today, everybody is a coward, apart from my POB. All of you cannot talk. You can't talk. You cannot say a word. You are all cowards. You leave it to IPOB to do. All you need to do in the zoo, all of us, we Biafrans, Oduduwa, Middle Belt, I'm not asking you to do anything, any abracadabra, anything too difficult. All we need to do is to stand on the fact that Aso Rock is empty. There is nobody there. We take off that mask that Aisha's boyfriend is wearing. All this house of cards will come tumbling down. The Guardian newspaper, I don't know what came over them. In the past, they ran something called Buhari's body double suspicion with all the pictures we had published, all the pictures I tweeted about the person they are not being, you can see it with your 2 eyes, if your eyes are open. How they have managed to hold on to this, I don't understand. But as the rock is empty, there's nobody there. That is the fact of life. Go there and sit first. Now they know. But are we all going to rise up at the same time to say enough is enough? That's the only key, that's the only thing holding. And I'm calling for that this night. We must all rise up as one people to say enough is enough. Then everybody will go back to their villages, their towns, their nations and build it. Not this stupid British experiment. This nonsense Nigeria. Even your name is a curse, is a curse word, is a slur, is an insult. Nigeria. But are you going to listen? I have a Jindu on the line. I promised him I will speak to him. A Jindu, I'm in the middle of a broadcast. Can you go straight to the point and tell us exactly when this meeting is going to hold? And you will turn your system down. I despise it when people have their system on and when they are calling us. This is not, our lines are not open. I promised a Jindu that Trinidad and Tobago will make the announcement live on air. And I'm going to go to him to make the announcement, but I need him to turn down his system first before doing that. I don't know. As soon as I get him, then can you hear me? Ejindo, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good evening from here. Please go ahead and make the announcement. I'm in the middle of a broadcast. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. This is the IPOB family in Trinidad and Tobago. And by the special grace of Chukwuka Kadama, our meeting is officially started today. And we are already gathered. And we have our people who are still coming from different places.
Can you please make an announcement very briefly because I'm in the middle of the broadcast. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. So we are gathered here. So we want our people to come in from wherever they are. So just call the number 868-776-2823, or you can come straight down to San Juan Maraj Street 55, Maraj Street 55, San Juan Esikoro. Wherever you are, our people, I know there are people who are right now calling in for direction. So the direction is given. Number 55 Maraj Street, Esikoro, San Juan, Trinidad and Tobago. Those who are coming from far, so this is the address. Our people are here and we are assembled and we believe that Chukwuka Kadama will direct our meeting this evening. And thank you, our leader, and may God continue to bless you.
Thank you very much. He said that was our meeting in Trinidad. We are holding a meeting in Trinidad and Tobago. We are all over the world. The largest mass movement of its kind anywhere on the face of the planet. Some Fulekus went to do Trinidad and Tobago with their gossip. They didn't succeed. Of course they cannot, because truth is constant. We must continue. There are those who claim that Igbos were domineering, because I'm very happy that this broadcast is going out in Calabar this evening. They are listening rapturously in Calabar and across the entire southern part of Biafra land. They went and told them, because of the incident with Elgeta, that Igbo man is domineering, Igbo man is this, Igbo man is that, all the lies. Britain helped them to package it, because Britain realized that the only way people trapped in their cage can escape it is through the guidance of an Igbo man. I'm not making mouth, I'm just telling you the truth. The only people with the courage to do it, I'm being honest. I'm not being arrogant, I'm being honest with you. Britain knew. So Britain started on time to divide us. Britain started on time to divide Biafra. They instituted what they call the Willings Commission. They forgot that when they came to Opobo, they met Igbo men there. They forgot. Igwenga, they forgot. That's the name. When they went to Bonny, they met Igbo men there. The name is Obani, as you have in Obani Ibek. Britain knew that if they are going to control the zoo, Nigeria, if they are going to control Nigeria, they need to demonize an Igbo man to the extent whereby even his own brothers will hate him. And they succeeded very cleverly. And to help them succeed, Nnamdi made the fatal error of removing Eyoita, a very bad error. Eyoita went back and said, hey, they pursued me. And the gossipers went and told them, we told you Igbo man is domineering for removing Eyoita as the then head of government business in the East. I hope you're listening very attentively. Britain made sure they did not stop there. They didn't stop there. They now gave the Fulanis advice as to how to deal with Biafran people. You must divide them. That is why when you come to Imo State today, I keep saying this every day. When people, why I am against the whole Niger Delta garbage is because they took people, they came to Ebema, cut Ebema into two. They say you are now Niger Delta. The same family. They cut it into two. You come into a family. Let's say the Isiwa family in Ebema. They divide you into two. Half of you is now Niger Delta, half of you is now Imo State. And you want me to accept that? You must be insane. I won't. That is to tell you, Britain knew what they were doing. It's called balkanization. After the Willings Commission, to give the southern part of Biafra the impression that they are not connected to the Igbo man at all. But in the north, you have over 250 tribes. The Fulanis are the minority. There was no minority commission in the north, only in the south. And why was that the case? Because Britain knew. That is why they are afraid of IPOB. They knew that a time will come when this movement will emerge. And they were prepared for it. With all their propaganda points. They are ready, waiting for it. An Igbo man is domineering. An Igbo man wants to take over here. And I'm asking them today. You see, a Fulani Janja would write, Igbo man wants to Biafra, Niger Delta included, because of the oil. And now, let us look at who controls the oil in the southern part of Biafra today, including the oil in Anambra, the oil in Imo, the oil in Abia. They never talk about it. They will never tell you, because their aim is to plant hatred in the minds of people. The same way they tried but failed to plant hatred for IPOB in the minds of Biafrans. They failed because we are live on air almost every day. If I'm not here, my deputy will be here. Which of us is not here? George Onibe will be here. If Judge Ike Peters is here. If Ike Peters is not here, then Aloje is there. If Aloje is not there, there are those who are talking on Facebook every blessed day. That was why we wanted to contain the hatred they wanted to spread. Because if try to contain what Kanu is doing, it's going to stop you from being the president against the other garbage. We know their game. We know their tricks. They tell you both are domineering. But see how they own you. They don't dominate, they own you. Ruga. Miyet Yala. Settlement by force now everywhere in your land. Now who is fooling who? Who is domineering who? I'm asking them. I think people now from the so-called Niger Delta, you are begging for oil, begging for position. But the same people you are begging to allow you in, we are the same people that told you, an Igbo man, your own flesh and blood, the same DNA is your problem, and you agreed. That is why you are suffering. Now let us look at, I know my country Baru is dead, the former group managing director of NNPC. Now, they are begging for a review of the board for NNPC. These are people selling oil to China and pocketing almost $2.5 billion. Kiari is there. Mele Kiari is the GMD, Group Managing Director. Omar Ajian, Chief Finance Officer. Yusuf Usman, Chief Operating Officer. Farouk Garba Saeed, the Chief Operating. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Hadiza Kumasi is there. These are all former people in the government from rub my hand, I rub your back. They put their children, their relatives in NNPC. I want to ask, where is the person from Niger Delta here? I cannot see it. But the people so-called Niger Delta, when they tell you man is your problem, that's in the past, please, not now anymore. You agree? But look at NNPC. They told you Igbo man wants you for your oil. But let us look at the oil sector and look at those who are dominating it. It is always full and it is here now. Very clear in black and white. Inua Waya, Musa Lawan, Mansour Sambo, Lawai Sade, Malami Shehu, Muhammad Abba, Abdul Kader Ahmed, Salihu. You will even think this owned by Saudi Arabians by the names they're answering. But these are the same people that told you an Igbo man is your problem. Do you see how they roll? Do you see how foolish all of you are? Niger Delta, do you see the level of foolishness you have? The white man came. But during slavery, when you were selling Igbo man, Igbo man wasn't dominating you. No, of course not. But all of a sudden, the white man came, encountered the Kumeku, fought their way all the way to Lokoja. Every inch they had to fight. They knew that the key to freedom lay with the Igbo man. They proceeded to plant hate in the minds of people. Look at where you are today. And I'm very sorry to say that I am an Igbo man, and I'm leading the movement that is trying to free all of you from your self-imposed bondage due to ignorance, due to your ignorance. Look at them, oil sector. They are the ones in oil sector. They are the ones dominating it. They are the ones making your life a misery. They are the ones making sure that where you go to toilet, where you defecate is where you drink, you fake drinking water. It's not domination, yes? Stupidity. Stupidity is the disease, I'm telling you. Only 3 top positions were allotted to the entire Southern Zoo. No longer federal character. During Jordan, they were complaining, you are doing this, but no longer federal character. You see how Fulani, a minority. Fulani is a very tiny minority. Apart from the court of the emir and the governor, they don't exist. All the houses will need to do is to rise up and say enough is enough, and that's the end of them. A minority group, I said minority, a few of them, not up to 2% of the population. Look at how they're messing all of you up, your so-called intellectuals. See how they're banging your heads all over the place because of your stupidity and your self-hate. That's why they control you. You were there and they came and told you, Igbo man is your problem, and you agreed. Yes? So anytime they do something, you don't look at an Igbo man, if you talk too much, Igbo man will dominate you. And that is why you are in the mess you're in today. In the mess you're in today, all of you. Nepotism of the hair starter. Look at Abakari family is there. Look at Kumasi, the former IG of police. All of them, they are there. Mustafa, Yakub, all of them, they are there. The same families. Every time, after them, their children, they come out and they tell you, oh, one Nigeria, and you agree because you're foolish. Because you're foolish. Because you cannot reason. Very well. They are saying one Nigeria because they want their children to continue to control NNPC. They are driving baby Bentleys. They have mansions in Dubai, all over Europe. You want to look, man, go and see his mansion in Austria, for goodness sake. These people are loaded not out of hard work, but by stealing from the national treasury. And if you tell them, one Nigeria, one Nigeria, and all of you agree, you buy into that garbage, and you are in the mess you are in today. And you want somebody to feel sorry for you? You must be dreaming. You must be dreaming, I tell you. You must be dreaming. With this very nonsense in place by the Fulani, somebody call it the Fulani Obducracy, whatever nonsense is called. The same way they said, Igbo man has no land. You remember that same propaganda? Hey, you have no land, though. Don't try to secede, though. You have no land. But you have settlement in 400 of my villages. The same people that has no land, Fulani are coming and building their thatch houses in our forest. But I thought you said we have no land before. Fulani said we have no land. They have no land. But then what are you doing in my land, taking the few that we have, since you claim we have no land? Did you see how they turn your brain? They spend time and years perfecting their lies, and they keep feeding it, drip feeding through the media all the time. Igbos, you have no land. You have, yes, we have no land, but you want Ruga in our place? Now we have no land. You use your trailer to bring in your people under the cover of COVID-19, and now there are 400 Fulani settlements in Biafra land, illegal settlements. But some of you will buy the rubbish. As we are going to Abuja, going to Maiduguri, going to Sokoto, they are the ones coming in. As I warned you many years ago that nature abhors vacuum. If our villages are empty, they'll come and they will take it. Are they not taking it now? Did I not tell you then that the more we leave our villages and we migrate out in search of greener pastures, that our enemies will come, because nature abhors vacuum? I told you that on a number of occasions. Is it not happening now? 400 detached Fulani settlements in our land. And as I said, how are you going to remove them? It's going to cost men and money to remove them. It's very, after all, after about 5 years, how can you remove them? It is impossible. You can't remove them. Then it's too late. They're not part of the community. And then Britain will write a report saying, we are advising the Southeast to include everybody there. That's what they will say. Which means, if you call traditional village meeting now, you call the Fulani and the Muslims, and they'll come and join you. And they'll bring their own suggestion, according to Quran, according to their ways in Fulani land, according to their ways in Senegal. And it's over for us. This is something the Efulefu cannot understand. A typical Efulefu is possessed by a demon. They want money. They cannot see the damage. That is why you can never see or hear an Efulefu write about the illegal Fulani settlements in our land. Never. He is contracted or she's going to write about Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB. Do you know why? Because they want to keep us busy. They want to keep us occupied, gossiping, as their Fulani masters are busy building their villages. You don't know that? That is their job. That is why we said you must ignore them. That is, the more they write garbage and you respond, the more you don't know that the Fulanis are building a settlement in your village. You don't know that? That is their game. That is their game. If you don't know, we are telling you today. We are telling you today. It is as if I don't know. Fulani, they do this very well. They position their agents everywhere. Have you noticed how no politician, none whatsoever, or any traitor or saboteur will ever talk about Fulani taking our land? All those pictures that I posted about Opa, what is happening in Ebonyi right now as we speak, they will never write about it. There is one thing about a Sabo and the zoo politician, a Fulefu and the traitor. That is the way they are. Their job is to take your mind away from what matters. By gossiping, by yapping, you follow them, and the Fulani is building in your village. Later on, they'll go and collect their money from Niyetiala. You don't know that? It's Niyetiala that is funding them. But you won't know. You won't know. But tonight, I am telling you, they spend their time feeding you with trash and gossip in order to divert your attention away from the damage their Fulani masters are doing to us. Do you see their game plan? But some of you think you are engaging them in a conversation when in actual fact their aim is to divert you as their Fulani masters advance into our territory. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? Everywhere we're being fought, but we are winning. Everywhere they go to, we are winning. A Nigerian army where terrorists are being released back into the society after repenting. Operation Safe Corridor. What is safe about it? A terrorist. Unbelievable. This is the British created Nigeria. But my happiness is that due to what we have been doing, people are now speaking out. I'm going to play this. I don't speak Hausa, but I know that Radio Biafra is being listened to in Kanu right now. People are listening. Everywhere people are listening. And I want to play this very clip. So that, and I will read out for you, maybe I will play about a minute, and I will read out for you exactly what this man is saying. So you will understand that the Jew is in a mess and that people are now listening to him.
Coronavirus ta kashe mu. Lassa fever ta kashe mu. Wane ne ya kashe mu? Sannan bayan wannan duk bai isa ba. Muna fama da talauci, muna fama da rahin ruwan sha, muna fama da karancin asibitoci da magunguna, muna fama da duk wasu matsaloli waɗanda la tu'addu wa la tuhsa. Ba za su kirgu ba za su kidaddugu ba. A bar mu da talaucin mu mana. A bar mu da harkokin kasuwar mu samu taro kwabo mu ci abinci, mu sha abin sha. A bar mu da karancin rashin ruwan sha da muke fama da shi a kasar mu.
He is speaking Hausa language, and I'll tell you what he's saying exactly. This man is saying, what is happening in Nigeria? He's asking, what is happening? There are so many troubles in this country, and we are losing patience. This is an Hausa man. Day and night there is no rest for the people. We are suffering too much. They keep lying to us about everything. As COVID-19 came, we are worst hit. Lassa fever came, same thing. We in the north are always at the receiving end. Every sickness that comes, we are the worst hit. When you try to contest the many lies, they will quickly use our religious leaders to calm us down. You see what they're doing? Janjaweed. And who are the religious leaders in the north? All Fulani. Fulani, because an Hausa man cannot lead a prayer when there is a Fulani person there. Are you aware of that in a mosque? That is, people don't know that Hausas are living like slaves. Hausa people are more or less slaves. Forget that you may see them in the army or in the customs or whatever, doing the bidding of the Fulani, because some of them don't know they are slaves. Ask any Hausa person you know. If we go to a mosque now to go and pray the Juma prayers on a Friday, and as a Fulani man there, will you lead the prayers? The same way that a Yoruba man cannot lead prayers in a mosque when there is a Hausa man there or a Fulani man there. It's given. Are you aware of that? He is saying they will use our religious leaders to calm us down. Now we are battling with poverty, no good drinking, as they are the ones looting billions. So the people that claim that they are their leaders are the ones looting billions. This Hausa man is telling you he's very upset. He's very, very upset. We have no drinking water, we have no water to bathe, no good health facility, no single drug in hospital. Hospitals are shut down, nothing at all. We are tired and we must change our ways. Hausa man is speaking. Maybe a student of Radio Biafra, who knows? People are now waking up. Remember when they said us, don't say anything, don't speak, don't talk on radio, You see? You see that people are now beginning to be enlightened. That was our mission. Not to cheat anybody, not to make life hell for anybody. Forget all the propaganda. They are telling you, they want Biafra, they hate everybody else. No. We love you. Everybody, we want everybody to be free. And as I have said, if oil is your problem, we'll give you oil and gas. We'll even build a seaport in Lokoja. We move the goods along River Niger, come to Lokoja and dump it, and people from the north can take for free. It is a lie. When they are telling you that Biafra is bad for you, they are lying to you. When they say that IPOB is bad for you, they are deceiving you. They are deceiving you. You can hear the Hausa man. Listen, he said, even our poor and miserable lives that we are managing and trying to live with is no more certain for us. Even the common small generator we are using to power electricity, since they have refused to supply us power, they have banned it. We can no longer use it again. Petroleum products are so expensive. No income, no job, no good thing from this government. This is from an Hausa man speaking. What else do you need to know that the time is ripe for everybody to rise up and demand their freedom from the Fulani Caliphate? Because it is not the Fulani who are ruling you, it's the British, the neo-colonialists. They are the ones using Fulani to subjugate everybody. They don't see you as human beings. That's why they named you nigger. I want you to, I wish you people can reason. My prayer every day from now onwards is that, please, Lord God in heaven, give an average zoo animal the capacity to reason properly like a human being, even though they do not behave like one. Now listen to what he said. He wanted to say, I stand on my feet inside this mosque to swear in, he was in a mosque. Please publish that very video and the commentary as well, the interpretation. I stand on my feet inside this mosque to swear in the name of Allah, to tell you the truth, there are no governors nor president in this country. And our man says there is no president in the country. So do you see why speaking the truth always is very good? I'm sure he was one of those that said go and kill Nnamdi Kanu in 2017 when I said Buhari was dead. But today this man is crying. He is swearing by Allah. He was broadcasting from inside the mosque and he said there are no governors nor president in this country. We must stop deceiving ourselves. Let's face the reality. Forget the tribe and speak the truth. Do you see that we have succeeded in making people conscious? That is the job we set out to do, and Chukwu Kikadiama has done it. People are now beginning to reason and talk properly. So we are very close to home. Very, very close, I tell you. Once they realize, once an Hausa man realizes that his potential to attain economic greatness and social cohesion will not be threatened by an independent Biafra, believe you me, and Hausa man will seek his own. I want a nation called Hausa, because the Hausa people, they are ancient people as well, very old, with a civilization to be proud of. So also is Kanu. I mean, can you believe coming into Africa and traveling to ancient lands the way it used to be before the white man came? You want to go to Hausa land, you want to go to Kanu land, you want to go to Duduwa, you want to go to Biafra, you want to, middle belts have to look for a name that suits them. You want to go to TV land. These are ancient names that existed before the white man came. Can you imagine going to those places with such pride and such honor? That is what we are talking about. That is the thing that we are looking for people to be free. I have said it, and I will say it on air because the whole world is listening. I will place the oil and gas of Biafra land at the disposal of every component ethnic group in the damnable Zoological Republic. We will give you oil and gas for free. Hold me to it. I am saying it live on air. We will put it into international treaty that will be overseen by major powers around the world. We are even going to supply gas to West Africa for free, because we want the economies to also grow, because we need people to buy our goods and services. Our economy is not going to be based on oil and gas. Our economy is going to be based on the things we are going to manufacture and produce with our brain, which is the greatest natural resource anybody can have anywhere in the world. That is pure common sense. That is the type of Biafra we're looking for. Not Biafra to sell oil and one idiot to be sitting there somewhere eating money, no. We are going to seek for what is called inward investment. We are going to convince the companies of the world, rather than manufacturing and shipping, which is very expensive, we do what China did. Come and manufacture very cheaply in Biafra land and distribute to the southern hemisphere. Very simple and neat. That is our economic plan. Road map, sea map, underground map, we are not going to tell you, because if we tell you, you will copy it and you bastardize it. But this time I tell you, let nobody deceive you that Biafra will mean cutting off, there will be no oil, there will be no gas. Never. The people right now, every component ethnic group in this zoo, once you are an independent nation, will pipe oil and gas to you for free, because we don't need it. I'm being honest with you. We don't. See, oil and gas is the mainstay of the economy of very lazy people. Only lazy people can rely on oil and gas for survival. and we are blessed. You're not going to do that. Where is our president? The man was asking. There is no president, and now they know it. People's eyes are now beginning to open. I now pray that the same people that told us that Buhari then, before he died, was a repentant Democrat, look at what his administration is doing to all of you. Those of you that voted for the dictator, you have seen the mess you put everybody in. Have you seen it? Because you lack foresight and you lack vision. You lack foresight and you lack vision. Even this man that I love reading his epistle, sometimes he writes from Atlanta all the time. His name is Farouk Perogi. He wrote, he said, to be sure, I'm going to read some of the things that he wrote. Very, very interesting. He said, to be sure, there was never a time in Nigeria's history when